Resolution 2812, Day of the Teacher, and Dr. Sergio Canal.
Good evening, Madam President, Board, SLT, and members of the public. I'm here to introduce Resolution 2812, California Day of the Teacher. I am honored to introduce Resolution 2012, recognizing May 14th, 2025 as California Day of the Teacher. This annual observance reminds us of the incredible impact our teachers have on the lives of students and families in our district and beyond. Teachers are not only educators, they are mentors, role models, and advocates for equity and excellence in public education. Their work shapes the future of our community and supports the democratic principles for which our society is built upon. This year's theme, We Are the Ones We've Been Waiting For, acknowledges the collective power of educators when they unite for the best working and learning conditions. Here in Pasadena Unified, our teachers exemplify the spirit every day through their passion, their dedication, and their relentless pursuit of academic success for all of our students. It is with deep gratitude that we present this resolution to formally recognize their contributions and celebrate their essential role in shaping the lives of those that they teach. Thank you.
I move approval.
Second.
Do we have any commentary? There must be something. Okay. All in favor?
No.
Oh, student board member, please.
Yes.
All in favor? Any opposed? No? No abstentions? Thank you very much, Mr. Canal. Oh, you're still up there. Resolution 2813, Classified Employee Appreciation Week.
Thank you. You're like, why is he still standing? Yeah. I'm also proud to introduce Resolution 2013, which proclaims the week of May 28th through May 24th as Classified School Employees Week. This resolution honors the invaluable contributions of our classified professionals, those individuals who often work behind the scenes but are truly the heart of our schools. From instruction aides to office staff, custodians, food service workers, classified employees ensure that our schools run smoothly, safely, and efficiently every single day. Their efforts go beyond and above to support our students and families with the dedication, their compassion, and unwavering commitment to excellence. Classified staff play a vital role in fostering a positive educational environment, and we are grateful for their service. This resolution gives us the opportunity to formally acknowledge and celebrate their important contributions to the Pasadena Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Student board member? Oh,
Yes.
motion.
Motion.
Second.
Student board member.
Yes.
All in favor? No one's opposed? No abstentions. Next one, number 3, Resolution 2814, National Foster Care Month. Mr. Brian Stanley.
Hi, good evening, Board President Holly, board members, SLT. My name is Brian Stanley, and I have the privilege of serving as the Pasadena Unified School District Foster Youth Liaison, and I'm here with James Russell, who is our Foster Youth Specialist. We are here to present Resolution 2814 for National Foster Care Month. This month, we recognize the thousands of children in foster care, as well as their caregivers and foster families who open their homes and hearts for our youth. In PUSD, we've had approximately 200 students come through our doors this year. I've been proud to lead a team who works closely with our foster youth from the moment they enter PUSD to sometimes well after they leave, in order to provide direct services and support to meet their needs. We know that children in foster care often face an uphill battle, and many carry lasting physical and emotional scars from trauma, which can have devastating effects to their mental and physical well-being. So we act with urgency to provide our youth in foster care with the resources and support that they need in order for them to engage in learning and to build and nurture healthy relationships, and to gain equitable access to all the opportunities that they rightfully deserve. We strive to work with our caregivers and foster families to support our children in becoming independent, confident, and successful. We give thanks to the dedicated kinship and foster parents and caregivers who care for our foster youth. I have personally seen in my own life the power of a loving foster home and the power of caring adults who want to make a difference in the lives of the students they serve. So it's my pleasure to introduce James Russell, who works with our foster youth on day in and day out, and who's an outstanding partner in this work.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley. I'm very grateful to be part of a team like the one that we have here at PUSD. This year, our colleague Angela Mendoza, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, has put a lot of time and energy into ensuring that our students are able to get the right school to meet their needs, to get the transportation and the amenities they need to get their learning experience. And I've been very proud to work alongside Mr. Stanley, who has worked really hard to enrich our knowledge and our best practices by inviting a wealth of community, legal, and educational partners to share their experience and wisdom with our district. But today and this month are about the youth themselves. Last year, the board passed a resolution honoring these young people across the district. And today, as we pause to honor them again, what I'd like to relate most to you is how deeply they deserve this recognition and respect. The thought of the foster system evokes painful images for us. And while it's right for us to be aware and, most importantly, understanding of what these students endure, my experience with them conveys a message of strength and hope above all else. What they continually teach me transcends any cliches about overcoming obstacles. Students have told me how they decided to forgive things that I will never experience, and how they stood up to people with immense power over them in situations that I wouldn't have had the courage to face. They've told me, quote, we should all be able to love everyone no matter what they look like. I've heard them say on more than one occasion, more than one student tell me, yes, I could be angry about the past, but I have to choose to move on. And one young woman once told me, I've learned that I just have to be proud of me for myself and what I've accomplished and not somebody else. And I think this is important to share because these students continue to defy the mental images and labels of fear that so easily cloud the truth of who they are. They're deserving of our attention and support and recognition, yes, because of what they've overcome, but they deserve our praise, respect, and faith because of what they accomplish. The qualities of character they maintain are of the highest order, and it is of my hope that together we will continue to listen to and patiently guide them through their struggles, and above all else, that we will give them their rightful stage to be celebrated for what they can teach us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those words. Motion,
Motion.
Second.
student board member.
Yes.
All in favor? No one's opposed, no abstentions. Thank you very much. Resolution 2815, Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Dr. Chan Hill.
Thank you, President Holly. I want to introduce Yul Her, one of our 9th grade student assembly members. With him will be Lula Matsura, also a 9th grader and newly elected to the assembly, and Leslie Chi, who happens to be our seated board member tonight.
Do I introduce my name? Hi, my name is Yul, and as part of the 7.9% of the student population in PUSD that makes up the ANHPI students, there aren't many in my class that share my features. My race is sometimes seen as a rarity among my peers, and whether it's recognized intentionally or not, it is still a rarity. Despite my distinction and many others, me and people like me are often lumped together and invisibilized like we are the same. I believe recognizing this month will help people who struggle with being seen and not seen and invisibilized like me, and help celebrate the diversity among the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders in our district, because our distinctions are just as important as our similarities.
Hi, I'm Lula, and a part of the resolution that stood out to me was about the uptick in hate crimes against Asian Americans during the COVID-19 pandemic. I remember protesting against these hate crimes, and it was one of my first moments that I truly understood how people can be so cruel to other minorities. And so I think this is why it's important that we celebrate AANHPI Heritage Month to show resistance towards hate.
Hello, I'm Leslie. Whereas this year's theme, A Legacy of Leadership and Resilience, honors the enduring contributions of ANHPI leaders who have led a strong foundation for future generations to thrive despite adversity. Just 70 years ago, people like me weren't even allowed to serve in office. Today, I have the honor of serving on our board. Learning about the history of leaders who broke barriers remind me about the resilience that runs deep in our history, inspiring me to keep pushing forward with pride and purpose. ANHPI Yue Kuai Le. Happy ANHPI Month.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in, student. Okay, Ms. Fredericks.
I want to thank Dr. Chan Hill and the Student Assembly and Student Board member for coming here and making your statements. And one of you said that you are very rare in your school, your class. My daughter also, maybe you know Lucy Fredericks from OEB, was also one of those rare. I don't know if she knew of any other Asians in her class. But sometimes I have to remind myself that, you know, I'm the first of something, and you're the first, you know, of something here as a leader. And you're a role model for others. So, and that's really important. Thank you for showing up.
Student board member.
Yes.
All in favor? Any opposed? No abstentions? Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate it. Is there any public comment on closed session? Clerk? Public comment? Okay. Okay. All right, so there's no public comment. So we can recess to closed session right now. All right. Excuse me? Oh, 2:40. Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye. 6-0, the board took action to approve the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D3, case number 966714, by a vote of 6-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D4, case number 202-412-0767, by a vote of 6-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D5, case number 202-501-0483, by a vote of 6-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Conference with legal counsel, pending litigation GC 54956.9A and D1, case number LACE 6852E. In closed session, the Board of Trustees approved a settlement agreement between the district and UTP resolving Public Employment Relations Board case number LACE 6852E. Under the terms of the agreement, UTP agrees to provide certain notifications to the district in matters involving non-employee consultants. The vote was as follows: ayes 6, noes 0, abstain 0, absent 1. Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release GC 54957. In closed session, the Board of Trustees approved a resignation agreement and general release between the district and employee number DG 02-39518. Under the terms of the agreement, the employee shall resign from employment effective June 30th, 2025, and receive health benefits up to and including September 30th, 2025, in exchange for the release of all existing claims against the district. The vote was as follows: ayes 6, noes 0, abstain 0, absent 1. And that concludes closed session. That's the adjournment of closed session. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 7 o'clock.
Here.
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 Presente.
Here.
Here.
Here. Here.
Now we'd like to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Patrice, will you lead? Okay, public comment. What do we have, clerk?
We have 23 public comment. The Board of Education acknowledges receipt of public comment via email. It will be made part of the permanent record of this meeting.
Clerk, I was going to ask for 2 minutes each. I think 2 minutes? 23. I think that's fair. Okay, so 2 minutes each for public comment. It's super important that we stick with the 2 minutes so everybody has an equal amount of time to speak. Thank you so much.
Elizabeth McLean, Colleen George, Scott Nitsaki. Sorry about that.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Liz McLean. I am here to express my strong support of Miss Leaf, the drama teacher at LA Arts Magnet, who's being laid off due to budget cuts. Miss Leaf has had a profound impact on my daughter's life and the lives of many others in this room. She's not just an inspiring educator, but also a mentor who challenges students to become better versions of themselves. She has taken a group of students who have suffered significant trauma and loss under her wing and given them hope. Like so many students, she has lost not only her school in the fire, but also her home. Community, peers, and educators are the only constant in their lives right now. I imagine you can all picture the one teacher who meant a lot to you growing up, who made a real difference in your life. It's likely why you are here tonight. That teacher for so many is Miss Leaf. Before the wildfire, her drama class consistently put on sold-out shows for sold-out crowds. And she provided drama classes to so many students who've never had the opportunity to participate in the arts. These classes help students develop their skills, develop a new perspective on life, boost their confidence, and allow them to explore a medium that has helped them become well-rounded versions of themselves. We saw the impacts of this firsthand after the fire. All our daughter wanted to do was sing songs from last year's musical, write lyrics of her own, and record them in our host family's closet. Despite all the challenges having existed after the wildfires, we are now on the brink of an amazing musical tomorrow at the Amundsen Theater. Ms. Leaf has not only facilitated this event, but provided unwavering support to all of our students, helping them heal and find hope amidst the pain. The loss of Ms. Leaf would have a devastating impact on Elliott and Altadena Arts Elementary. While I understand the need for budget cuts, I believe the dismissal could lead to further students not returning to the school. They lost their school, their homes. Please don't let them lose their favorite teacher.
Colleen George, Scott Nitsaki, Kevin Van Houten.
As I don't see Colleen, I'll assume I'm going to go next. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. You're going to hear from a lot of people in support of Miss Leaf and what a great teacher she is. I'm going to talk a little bit differently. So I don't know how many of you were in athletics in school. Maybe you were a theater kid yourself. Maybe you were in the band, right? You know what a difference that person meant as the leader of that team, and you know that that person is not replaceable by somebody else. I myself was a theater kid. I've been doing musicals from kindergarten onwards. I've been a minor in theater arts. When I tell you I've worked with a lot of directors, please understand I've worked with a lot of directors. I'm in the neighborhood of 24 shows that I've done. One director is not like the other. I've had the opportunity to work with some great directors. None of them were as talented, as passionate, as compassionate as Miss Leaf, as dedicated. I hope that most of you will be at the show tomorrow night and get to see that and see the caliber of that show. I understand that while the role was kept, that rules make it so that we are not able to keep this teacher, or at least we don't know for sure. Please believe me when I say that there is no one else that can do this job the way that Miss Leaf does it. There is no more qualified candidate, and that if we get to a summer break without a position for her, she will be gone in an instant, because she will have a job offer somewhere else in 5 seconds. And I guarantee that families will go with her, because this community is broken and that teacher is the rock that is keeping them together. Thank you.
Kevin Van Houten, and then Margaret Hunt.
Thank you, Board. I began to understand just how fortunate the Elliott community is to have Molly Leaf in September of 2023. She personally encouraged my daughter Sienna to perform in the Fall Festival, giving her the support that she needed to step way out of her comfort zone and stand alone on a stage in front of nearly 400 people to perform a monologue. Seeing the way that Sienna leaped into Miss Leaf's arms after leaving the stage, it was obvious that our community had received a special gift. And over the next year and a half, Miss Leaf has shown that she gives this care and attention not to a select few, but to every one of her students. Now, in Tuesday's State of the District address, the board had a beautiful message about all the good that our district has. President Hall Lee highlighted that, quote, arts education continues to provide district-wide opportunities that showcase the artistry of our students and the skills of our teachers and administrators. Miss Leaf is the very pinnacle of what arts education is all about, and she is simply irreplaceable. We also heard from the board that the campus of Elliott Arts Magnet was severely damaged in the fire, but its spirit wasn't. Miss Leaf is a primary reason for that very spirit enduring, striving to provide for her students and the entire community an event that we will all see at the Amundsen Theater tomorrow night. The board's address did, of course, touch on challenges, noting that our district's enrollment continues to decline each year and how they remain committed to making every dollar count. Well, what better way to grow enrollment than to have a one-of-a-kind educator who is in and of herself a magnet for so many who come to Elliott. Every dollar spent on keeping Miss Leaf yields immeasurable returns in the lives of her students and to the district. President Hawley rightly asserted that creativity flourishes in our arts magnet schools. Well, it's time for our administrators and board members to demonstrate some creativity of their own. We know that you can, must, and will find a way to keep Miss Leaf at Elliott. It's the only way to write the next chapter of our story.
Margaret Hunt and Grant Babbitt.
Hi, I'm Margaret Hunt, Altadena resident and mom of Dylan Hunt, who's an 8th at Elliott and is playing the role of Shrek this week at the Amundsen. Thank you for hearing us out today as we all make our impassioned pleas to find a creative way to retain Molly Leaf in PUSD. I don't have to list out the miraculous things that she's done in the last 100 days alone since the fire. I know each of you will be blown away tomorrow night when you take your seat at the most prestigious theater in Los Angeles. You will see our PUSD elementary and middle schoolers rise up like phoenixes. You'll look around with pride and remind yourselves that Ms. Leaf did that. It's absolutely unbelievable what she's done for our kids and for our district. Today at the Amundsen, I saw 3 different TV trucks, and those outlets were there covering this story. I'm pretty sure that's the kind of news coverage that you'd rather have than some of the other coverage that's happening. Students across Pasadena are choosing not to go to private schools or charter schools and to go to Elliott because of the incredible arts program. Because of stellar teachers, Elliott is on the map and sought out. It's hard for our public schools to stand out for academics, but we are standing out for the arts. Your budget would look much better if more and more families continue to choose PUSD instead of private school. This is the momentum that you need. I know it's been an impossible year for PUSD. I know you have a long list of bad options for your budget cuts. And I know you have literally hundreds of families begging for their most urgent issues. And I know that in extenuating circumstances, this board and the PUSD leadership step up. I know in past years you found creative solutions to retain teachers that are truly extraordinary. This is one of those times. I implore you to get creative, as Molly Leaf has time and again this year for our kids. Find a way. Keep PUSD a bright star for the arts in LA. Enrollment and stature for this district will grow because of it. Thank you.
Colleen George. Let's go, Colleen George. Okay. Grant Babbitt and Justina Black.
Hi, my name is Grant Babbitt, and I am a father of 4 PUSD students. I also have the distinction of living between AAM Elementary School and Elliott, so we live on that same street right there. We've been involved with the theater through AAM and through Elliott ever since 2018. I have a kindergartner who's now a 6th grader. He's been a part of every show ever since, and we've seen an evolution of different teachers coming in as drama teachers and being directors and seeing what that does to the kids. They've flourished, they've had these amazing opportunities, but it's not been the same since Molly Leaf has been there. I ask you to save her. I ask you to keep her. She's so important on so many levels. She is not just a drama teacher, and I understand that in the hiring process, a drama teacher can be someone who's qualified and someone who can just do the job. But she's so much more than that. This is not just an issue for a teacher and a teacher keeping a job. This is a mental health issue for these kids that have already suffered so much. And I just want to say, Molly Leaf is not just a drama teacher. She's a program builder. She's a life skills instructor. She's an arts therapist. And she's a safe place for our kids. And our kids need that right now. And I don't want to see anybody pull the rug out from underneath her. Pull the rug out from underneath the kids. Because they've suffered so much already. And this is literally the person who has given them hope and given them strength in this process. And much like improv theater, and I'll just leave it with this. Improv theater has something that's called yes and. okay? The opposite of that is but no. And I implore you to use that. Yes, and. Let's keep Molly Leaf. Yes, and let's see what that investment does to the district. Let's see what that investment does to our kids and their future. Please save Molly Leaf. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Justina Blakeney Rosenkrantz, and I'm a parent at Elliott, here speaking on behalf of Miss Leaf. Over the past few years, our kids have been faced with challenge after challenge. From the pandemic to the fires, to school closures and emotional upheaval, for the past 2 years, Miss Molly Leaf has been a beacon of fun, of hope, and stability for our kids. She's created a space where our children can express themselves, take risks, and grow, not just as performers, but as people. Our child, Ida, is an only child and experienced a lot of isolation during the pandemic. But through Miss Leaf's drama program, Ida found community, confidence, and a deep love of learning. Over the course of 3 productions, I've watched Ida transform, developing skills in public speaking, in teamwork, movement, and most importantly, a sense of belonging. Miss Leaf doesn't just teach theater. She teaches leadership, empathy, and collaboration. Her dedication is unmatched. She inspired me to get more involved as a parent and to volunteer, and I've seen firsthand her ability to create magic on a shoestring budget. When the school auditorium closed, it was her quick action, tenacity, and ability to pivot that made it possible for the spring musical to be staged at the Amazon Theater. An extraordinary feat that shows how she moves mountains for our kids and our community. Miss Leaf is the heart of the theater arts program at Elliott, and while it may technically be possible to hire another drama teacher, the truth is no one can replace her. If you're lucky enough to have Michael Jordan on your team and you're at risk of losing Michael Jordan, you don't just let him go. You do everything in your power to keep your star athlete. Miss Leaf is that star. So while I understand there are policies in place, I'm asking you, what do you have the power to do? Because we, this community, have a responsibility to our children to make this right. Thank you.
Joel Simmons, Aisha Tang, Johnny Miller.
Good afternoon. I was told not to take this personal, but there's no way that I cannot. By a show of hands, how many have you seen Midsummer Night Magic, Lord of the Flies, or Matilda? I'm sure if you saw any of these productions, then you know the magnitude of Miss Leaf's power. But I want to share something personal about our family. In 2003, my daughter, Jolie Simmons, was diagnosed with a chronic heart condition. And she was told that she couldn't participate in any activities such as physical education, running, roller coasters, or even walks around the corner. So she found her niche in theater under Miss Leaf's direction. Just recently, she had a series of cardiologist appointments. And I rescheduled them and rescheduled them and rescheduled them because she begged me. She couldn't miss second period drama. She couldn't miss rehearsal for Shrek Jr. So the last attempt to get her, because the cardiologist was begging me, I parked in front of McKinley, and Jolie said, "Mom, I can't go. I can't miss rehearsal." And I said, "Jolie, this is my last time. I have to take you to your cardiologist appointment. You have an MRI. You have all this stuff you have to do." And so I said, "Fine." And I called Miss Leaf. And a minute later, Jolie walked out. Not because I begged her, but because Miss Leaf told her how important her cardiologist appointment was and that she can come back to rehearsal. Miss Leaf is more than a drama teacher. She's an SEL coach, she's a therapist, and she's a mom. She was one of the first persons to open up her home to us after the fire. So tonight I'm asking you to rescind your decision of Miss Leaf's pink slip. Thank you.
evening, board members. My name is Asia Tang. I'm a Sierra Madre resident, a single mom, a night shift nurse, and a proud parent at Elliott Arts Magnet. I'm here tonight to urge you to retain one of the most impactful educators in our district, Molly Leaf. When my child and I left our charter school to join PUSD, it was because of Miss Leaf and the program she built. She brought purpose, confidence, and belonging into my child's life. And after the Eaton Canyon fires, which destroyed our auditorium and left many drama families displaced, majority of them, she didn't step back, she stepped up. She held our children through one of the hardest times in their lives and turned devastation into inspiration. Miss Leaf's leadership has made Elliott a beacon of what an arts magnet should be. Her students are not only thriving emotionally and academically, they're performing at the Amundsen Theater this Friday. She brought Broadway actors and master teaching artists into our classrooms. This isn't just teaching drama, it's changing lives, and it's exactly what PUSD's art vision and the grant intended. I want to highlight something from the Education Code 44955. This board is authorized to deviate from terminating certified employees in order of seniority where the district demonstrates a specific need and that the certified employee has special training and experience necessary to teach that course which others with more seniority do not possess. Ms. Leaf meets that definition completely. She brings special training, professional experience, and a proven ability to deliver results that others simply cannot replicate. Retaining her isn't just an emotional decision. It's a strategic one that aligns with your own policies and the long-term vision for the arts in PUSD, Elliott specifically. Ms. Leaf is the heart of Elliott Arts. She is the reason families like mine are returning to public schools. Removing her would dismantle what has been so beautifully and effectively built. Please honor the intention of the grant, honor the needs of our students right now, and honor the value of experience and impact, not just time served. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this time and this space. Thank you for your, gosh, you guys have been up forever trying to make everything go as well as possible. We are in need of more help. We need to work together. I come from a restorative justice background, and I know you all are doing as much as you possibly can, and this is a call to really put together what we've got. There's so much talent in this room and beyond. And so I'm looking forward to rebuilding a community in a way where we're not just pointing fingers at people with the most power, because the power is among us. So how can we do that? That's a bigger conversation, obviously. I come to you also as a parent, and our child was once in LUSD, now we live in Arcadia. We choose this. We have fallen in love with Pasadena, Altadena, in this place. Molly Leaf and the community that she's been building is a huge, huge part of that. We have a neurodivergent son who we treat and who's been guided from as if he's on the spectrum. We've spent years restraining and helping convince him, who's been bullied by teachers, students, and peers, but when he's come here, he wakes up with what was a fight to get to school on a daily basis. Our son now has a sense of purpose, gets up, wants to be on time, and grades have increased, and has a diverse network of support, as described by what you get from what everyone else has been talking about so far. A huge call to, I understand protocol, but we need to build something else that's more cutting edge so we don't lose our Kobe's and Michael Jordans, you know what I mean? So thank you for this investment.
Jose Arrigo, Leah Simmons, Jin Xuan Liu.
Hello, I'm Joe Arrigo. I have two daughters who have attended Elliott. The oldest has moved on. She was a student of Molly Leaf. She was so affected by it that when my youngest daughter, Lux, who is now in 6th grade, saw what her sister was doing and studying, she came to me and told me that she wanted to leave the charter that she was at, that she wanted to study under Miss Leaf, and she left her friends behind, and that's what she did. She came on over, but she was so excited about it that there were a whole host of other parents who wanted to know what was going on at Elliott, why was Lex so excited, and so some of their kids came too. That's Molly Leaf. I've heard a lot about how we can't replicate what Molly's doing. It's absolutely true. There's great teachers out there, there's great drama instructors, there's great directors, but this one is the best. We're not here because she's kind of okay and we think she's pretty neat. We're here because she's the best. I don't care about the bureaucracy. I don't care. I feel for you guys. I assume it's kind of a mistake. It's part of the bureaucracy. But we don't let the best go just because the bureaucracy says so. So we're here fighting for it. We know you guys are going to do the right thing. I don't like to come to board meetings, but I'm here, and I'm here because I care. So do the right thing. Keep Miss Leaf around. I don't want to come back and be in a bad mood about it, so take care of us, okay? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leah Slemons, and my goal today is to let you know that the population of students and families within PUSD is dramatically changing in the area of the arts, specifically theater arts, and specifically to Pasadena and Elliott Arts Magnet Schools. My daughter Evangeline played the role of Matilda in last year's production, and she was a 5th grader at the time. And I, as a parent, was extremely nervous and anxious about it because she had never done a lead role that way, although she had done acting before and she was definitely talented. I was nervous about it. It was Molly Leaf who set my heart and mind at ease. I didn't even recognize her as the director because she was unlike any other director I'd ever met. She was kind, compassionate, patient, understanding, and she really took Evangeline under her wing. That was a beautiful experience for my daughter and for me and all the families involved. It was 5 sold-out performances with demand for more. We had people coming from other districts, other schools, private schools included, all saying the same thing. There's something going on here. What is going on here? And it had truly become a junior Broadway production. So I also wanted to let you know that mine is not the only story where we could have chosen other schools. We actually had my daughter enrolled for another school, private school, but we changed our minds at the last minute because of the program that was developing under Ms. Leaf. So I want to let you know that with your ongoing support, like programs like this, you're going to see that continued shift in population grow and grow and grow, and hopefully other schools will follow suit. Thank you so much.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jingshuang Liu. I'm the 7th grade Mandarin Dual Emergent teacher at Sierra Madre Middle School and also a parent in this district. Tonight, I'm here to raise serious concerns about how decisions are being made at our site, especially around staffing, teacher workload, and how this decision have undermined the development and the integrity of our Mandarin Dual Emergent program. This concern points to a consistent pattern of favoritism that has undermined collaboration, strained morale, and most importantly, started to erode a program that our community has spent over a decade building together. Because of time limits, I won't go into full detail here. I have submitted a written statement to board members and shared hard copies with those present tonight, including board, the union representatives, and the families in our Mandarin Dual Emergent program. The statement includes dates and specific examples that reflect a troubling pattern. Though these are no longer just internal staff issues, they are beginning to harm students. I respectfully ask the board to investigate the concerns raised in my statement, ensure transparency, and hold the appropriate individuals accountable, not just through a public apology, but through corrective measures that restore transparency, fairness, and trust. I also hope that in future decisions impacting the Mandarin program, the district will meaningfully include input from teachers and families, especially those who speak the language and understand the unique needs of the Mandarin Dual Immersion program. Finally, I want to emphasize this. I don't want to be here tonight. I waited, I follow the process, I give people time. But when silence begins to harm students, educators have a responsibility to speak up. Thank you.
L. Schneider, Warren Bleeker, Adriana Lopez.
Hey guys, I don't really go here. That is to say, I'm an Altadena resident. Before that, I was a Pasadena resident. I've lived in this community for 16 years, my entire adult life. So why am I here? I'm here because in fall of 2002, my brother started high school at Stuyvesant High School, blocks away from Ground Zero in Manhattan. And by the summer of 2005, he was diagnosed with stage 3 lymphoma. And there is a known cancer cluster that came up as a result of poor remediation of the schools in the vicinity of 9/11 after that disaster, in particular cancers and illnesses relating to lead and asbestos. It's really scary to me, having gone through that and having my family go through that. My brother had to spend his entire senior year of high school on chemotherapy, unsure whether it would work. I don't want to see that same thing happen in my new community, as my friends are getting to the age where they're having kids and they have kids enrolled in the school system. I want to make sure that it's safe and that other families don't go through what we went through. You guys need to figure out a way how to test the schools that are within a mile of the burn zone for lead, asbestos, and other contaminants, because we know and have verified facts of what happens if those contaminants are left to remain on the school grounds. And that's not just cleaning the walkways, it's the HVAC unit, it's soft goods like carpets and auditorium seats. That's what caused the cancer cluster at Stuyvesant High School. And I don't want a cancer cluster here. Thank you so much.
Thurgood Marshall believed that integration was the best way to achieve an inclusive and well-functioning democracy. Marshall Secondary School fully embraces integration and diversity. The first Eagle principle is embrace diversity. Marshall draws students from throughout PUSD. Marshall's diverse student body thrives in academics, the arts, and athletics. Thurgood Marshall was unapologetic in his commitment to integration, diversity, and protecting our democracy. Thurgood Marshall stated, "Democracy cannot flourish amid fear. Liberty cannot bloom amid hate. Justice cannot take root amid rage." In a commencement address, Thurgood Marshall said, "Where you see wrong or inequality or injustice, speak out. Because this is your country. This is your democracy. Make it, protect it, pass it on." As Marshall Secondary School turns 100 years old this year, our country's commitment to integration, diversity, and democracy is under attack. But by naming a school after Thurgood Marshall this evening, PUSD not only honors and commemorates Thurgood Marshall's legacy, PUSD signals its unwavering commitment to integration, diversity, and democracy, and commits to teaching these ideals to future generations who will now walk the halls of Thurgood Marshall Secondary School. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Blanco and board members. My name is Adriana Lopez. I felt the need to reach out to you because I had concerns for the students at Rose City. I joined the PUSD family in 2011 and worked for Elliott Middle School as a temporary life science teacher. After my first year, I then transferred to Rose City, where I am currently the only biology teacher and girls PE teacher at my site. Our students at this site are very special and dear to me. I had the opportunity to build strong relationships with our students. I know that my position as a biological science teacher was eliminated, amongst others. My greater concern is the way that we may end up doing a disservice to our students by failing to provide them with the tools they all deserve to succeed. In my opinion, replacing a life science class with a computer-driven Accelis course is not the best alternative, especially for our students' population who often require more attention and focus. These students greatly benefit from hands-on learning experiences. It is sad to see how our small, close-knit Rose City community has been pulled apart this last school year. We lost our full-time counselor, our drug interventionist. Students are also losing a great art photography program, one of the most desired electives at Rose City. These programs, amongst other things like low teacher turnover, are what helped our school become a model continuation high school. It was not only the work of one individual, but the seemingly effort of the entire group that it reflects our success as a team. Of course, this process was not easy. It took years to strengthen our Rose City's family. I am grateful for the fact that I will remain part of the PUSD community and move forward to a different location, but I am so saddened to leave the place I have been part of for the last 13 years and I consider a second home. I understand it may be too much to ask for reconsideration at this stage, now that these decisions have been made, but I still felt it was important to share how I feel. I want to thank you all for taking the time to listen to my concerns. Thank you.
Carolina Obregón, Astor Silverio, Evan Goldford.
Okay, good evening. My name is Carolina Obregón, and I've had the pleasure of calling Rose City my home away from home since 2011. Although my position as a math teacher at Rose City is not being eliminated this year, I feel compelled to speak with you today because I have deep concerns about the future of our school. Over the years, I've witnessed Rose City transform into a welcoming, safe, and nurturing environment that truly supports the needs of all of our students. We have come together as a community to address both the academic and mental health needs of our students. As a result, we've achieved incredible milestones. This year alone, we were named a model continuation school for a third time. Thank you, thank you. We also renewed our WASC accreditation. Our graduation rate increased by 21.5% over the previous school year. Right? And our CAS math and English proficiency rates have also improved. These accomplishments didn't happen by chance. They are the result of deliberate, collaborative efforts among our teachers, staff, and the unique programs that we have in place at Rose City. I understand that our enrollment has been low this year, which has prompted these cuts. Please remember that our enrollment fluctuates year to year, quarter to quarter, based on the number of students that are referred from the comprehensive high schools. This is why I urge you to reconsider the proposal to cut our teaching staff by 1/3. We currently only have 9 teachers, and the current cuts would take us down to just 6 teachers. Such a reduction would directly impact our ability to continue delivering the high quality, individualized education our students both need and deserve. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Astor Silverio, and I was the valedictorian for Rose City High School in 2023. As a former student, I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the students that currently attend Rose City High. Without Ms. Lopez, Mr. G, and Ms. G, the subjects that they teach would likely be reduced to be completed on Accelis. And to minimize Rose City students' learning experience to be on a computer is to discourage them from making and maintaining the necessary social connections that promote motivation and understanding in a classroom environment. To remove their programs from the school is to deprive the students the learning experience that they deserved. Simply put, Rose City would not be Rose City without these teachers. That being said, I believe and I hope that there will be more deliberation in terms of moving forward with this matter. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Evan Goldfarb, a senior at Rose City High School, a school that I could describe in many ways, but one that sticks out to me is like a lighter with low butane. A lot of schools come here as a burnt out candle, and Rose City helps light their wick once again. But with these budget cuts, Rose City can't light as many and soon might even run out of fuel. We have 40% fewer students than last year, 113, and if every single senior graduates, that means we would have half the student population that we currently have. With the model continuation program, we are a 21 school, or 22-1 school, meaning we only need 20 students. If we get 5 students that aren't doing the best in other schools, we could save a teacher. I don't like to put down other schools to bring up Rose City, but it's more than a school, it's a community. And firing a third of the staff really just breaks up the family almost. You know, without Miss Lopez, we wouldn't have a biology program or female PE class. Without Mr. G, we wouldn't have art, we wouldn't have photography, and it would take the No Boundaries art installation away from Rose City. Not only do we have an amazing staff, we have arguably an even better support system with staff that are easy to approach and friendly, and in Denver to find a solution to any student's need. I know the world ain't fair, but right now Rose City's at its best. We have higher graduation rates, we got model continuation, we have the WASP program, everything is doing good, and we're still getting hit almost the hardest. All I ask is for to have, is to bring more students, whether that's students that are doing the best at other high schools, whether that's the overflow applicants from CIS. All we need is more students and to save our staff. Thank you for your time.
Kimberly Salas, Leonard Evans, Rene González, Carlos García Saldaña.
Good evening, my name is Kimberly. I am a senior at Rose City. Rose City is a school filled with passionate teachers whose main focus is on the students. Every teacher on this campus has shown dedication at every single student. I can speak on this since I have had every single teacher. As soon as you step into the classroom, you can see that every teacher is stirred with enthusiasm. In their own way, they all have their way of teaching, and I have had the privilege to get to know every teacher. Mr. Gothold, Ms. Lopez, and Ms. Gutierrez have the heart of every student who has had them, including mine. Without these teachers, much motivation and knowledge would be lost. All three, along with every teacher, have a very important role in our lives and education. Our photography teacher has taught a lot and is our only art-based teacher. Ms. Gutierrez is a big help with our Spanish-speaking students, and Ms. Lopez is a big help in our science area. Not only are they our teachers, but our friends. They have pushed us to our very best. As a senior, I can say that I joined Rose City as a sophomore, and I have developed so much since the beginning. And it's all thanks to the help to every single teacher, and especially, well, there's no one, but all of our teachers have been a very great help and motivation, and without them, I don't know where I would be at personally. It's very sad to see, it would be very sad to see each teacher to leave us, because they have been a very big support in our life and education. Me and for every student on Rose City campus, we would be pleased to have and to maintain every teacher and staff on this campus. Thank you.
Leonard?
Good evening. My name is Leonard Evans. I'm a former student at Rose City High School, and I'm here to speak on behalf of former students also, and to not getting rid of the 3 teachers that made Rose City what it is. I personally have been affected by the pandemic in the past few years. I was a freshman when it first started, and I graduated to 2023. In that time that I have been at Rose City for 2 years, I have gotten 3 internships for major film companies just for participating. And Mr. G, honestly, he helped me a lot because I was a lost kid trying to go through the world through the pandemic, and also not having a solid male figure in my life. I think it's honestly a shame that most of the teachers, third of the teachers, are getting budget cuts or getting laid off. I also believe that most kids who graduated after me, or are going to continue to graduate after me, are going to not have that role model in Rose City. There are only a small percentage of students, and most of them are lost too. And I just think it could make a difference in most people's lives, especially my life. It made a difference, and I think most students. Thank you.
Party time. It's Connie's card. Switch my card.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. Go ahead.
Connie de la Torre.
That's me again. I'm sorry. Good evening, everybody. Happy to see you guys. I'm come for a good thing. I'm come here to invite you guys for our wonderful Latino ceremony on May 18th from our beautiful Marshall School. That is my heart. You know, all my kids went to Marshall. And thanks to the principal and you guys, we want to present our ceremony for our wonderful Latino ceremony on 2025. And we're here to invite you guys and see if it's possible you guys can go, because I love to see everybody and our wonderful things for our kids, because especially this year, they really, everybody, you know, to have a little come together. I think we can make a difference in those kids, and they can open their heart, especially for what's going on with all the what happened in our school, in our city. And then that's why, you know, I'm here. You know, I have a passion for students, and I love my kids, everybody. I love all my kids, but especially, you know, they being the Latino ceremony. I was the one that, you know, I started this many years ago, and I'm happy to be part of the, with Mr. Gonzalez. You know, I'm happy to invite you guys to our beautiful ceremony. If you want to say something?
No, the flyer is on your desk, and you will get the digital flyer. So bring friends and have fun.
And party time. Woo! Thank you.
Dr. Garcia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Blanco, ELT, and board members. I am here as a follow-up to my email from earlier this week asking for the opportunity to sit and discuss and brainstorm what can be done with the campuses that have been lost to the Eaton fires. The Edison campus, where we housed 370 students, is now fully inoperable. The Audubon campus that housed 470 students has some limitations for co-location. The state of California and voters are looking at $10 billion in school facilities. Charter schools have $600 million earmarked for rehabilitation, renovation, and new construction projects. I'd love the opportunity to meet with everyone, anyone, a committee, facilities, to discuss, is there an opportunity to partner to rebuild our schools and provide our community with a fresh opportunity moving forward. Odyssey Charter Schools has been in the Altadena community for over 20 years at the Audubon campus. This is our home. That is our community. These are our roots. We want to, and we will be part of the rebuild efforts, and we'd love to have that opportunity to do that in partnership with you all and staff and leadership to make that happen. Primarily accessing funding that will not put any strain on the district budget. So I look forward to that opportunity when it becomes available. Thank you.
René González.
Thank you, Clerk. Good evening, everyone. ELT. First, I want to say, I'm very impressed with the students of Rose City. I never seen students, come back and support the schools. That's not a school, that's a family. And I'm very proud to hear your words, young man, and stay strong. And there's good things for you in life. We live in a time of darkness and nepotism culture in PUSD. This district has ignored the public needs for far too long. This district has ignored the student needs for far too long. This district has prioritized the outside contractors, consultants, and etc. for far too long. They prioritize their agenda and their profit. We gave you 500, not you, but past administrators, $500 million. They promised sustainable energy. We could have solar panels, EV chargers, make deals with Ford, Chevy, why not? I really dislike to hear the word decline enrollment, like if it's a chronic disease that you're gonna die. Decline enrollment is nothing but the aftermath of your lack of leadership and your lack of actions. Do one thing to save one teacher. Do one thing to save one teacher each month, because they are here to educate the students, and that's what a public school system should be, not profits for contractors and racketeering and all the stuff that goes on here. So this bad culture started many years ago with bad leaders like Scott Phelps, Larry Torres, who are still getting paid. Somebody should be fired, should be them, because they ruined this district. And they're comfortably getting paid at CIS. We don't need them. We can have one principal at CIS at Rose City. So please, I look forward to your leadership. I missed your speech. It was a powerful one. I had another commitment, as you might know, but I'm here for the students and for the future, the prosperous future of this district. And I see the light, but we need change. And the COC, it's not changed. You chose to put the $900 million on the COC. There's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars funneling out of this district. We have the money now to invest on the gold mine, which is California, and we're not doing it. Please bring solar panels and use that money to make money and bring the teachers back. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you. That closes public comment. And now we'd like to hear our comments from labor unions.
All right, good evening, Superintendent, President Hawley. Here are my UTP labor comments. I wanted to share with you some information. It was just published on eddata.org, and you all have a copy of this so you can look at it yourselves. But if you zoom in, you can see that instruction for last year was at 53% compared to the normal school district, which spends 58% on instruction. Also, I highlighted, these are 3 things you can find in their financial report in comparison with other districts. The second one is instructional supervision and administration, where PUSD spent 8% of their budget on that, whereas most districts spend 4%. That's a pretty huge gap right there. And the last one is on general administration, which is at 7% for PUSD, whereas 6% elsewhere. So you can see between the bottom two, you have about 5%, and that 5% represents how far off we are from the typical school district in terms of spending in the classroom and instruction. That 5% cut from admin, because this year's budget is very similar to last year, there has not been huge cuts to admin, but a 5% cut from all those things in those categories would allow a savings of $14 or $15 million that would save all 117 of our teachers' jobs, including the ones from Rose City, Molly Leaf, and all the other individuals that we've brought forward to you over the last couple of months. Students deserve fully funded schools and classrooms, and unfortunately, when you have all that administration, we wind up with additional bureaucracy, and that's not something that helps our students. On a new topic, special education, we need to set our special education professionals up for success. We need to have appropriate caseloads, structured compliance time, structured planning time for all elementary school teachers, and more dedicated planning time will lead to higher quality instruction. It will allow us, our teachers in general education and special education, to support all of our special education students. UTP's asks are reasonable and will give students the support they need to learn. 10 years, UTP has been asking for dependable working conditions for those who serve our students with special needs. Who better to let you know how to fix the problem than the frontline educators? The chaos of having the 12th head of special ed in 13 years has to stop. Contract language is the only way to stabilize this ship. I noticed on the agenda also that we have a declaration of need for fully qualified educators, but I want to point out to you that we already have many of the educators that you need. PUSD already has people, the 5 multiple subject teachers that are mentioned in that notice, 2 ELA teachers, one of whom is Molly Leaf, 23 bilingual education authorizations, many of whom currently have temporary contracts. For several others on that list, if you worked with our current teachers, for instance, maybe some of the biology positions that are looking to be cut, and asked them to be see if they could be authorized in chemistry or physics, or paying for other classes, there are ways to keep the people we have now, who are the people that have been forged in this fire, that have been trained in our practices. It would be much better to do that rather than the 6-year pattern that we have of laying off people and then bringing in a whole new crew. I want to bring to your attention quite a number of contract violations. It's, one of the biggest that's affecting us right now is that HR has not published the vacancy list to all our members, despite that being clearly called out in our contract as a need, a requirement of our contract. On the second note, HR deprived a member of PD time and forced them to work longer hours with no compensation all of last semester. HR is not keeping accurate sick leave records. We have a grievance to that effect. And the last one, although it hasn't been ruled yet, is actually HR involuntarily transferred a more senior teacher over a teacher with less seniority, and instead of handling or dealing with it, the district decided to spend a bunch of money on arbitration, which is a waste of everyone's time and money, and we should be resolving these things quickly and following the contract. Lastly, I want to point your attention to the QR code. We as UTP believe that PUSD should embrace its classrooms and its students and lean in to fully fund our PUSD classrooms and schools. I pointed out to you that we have the ability to do a much better job than what we're doing right now. Also, UTP must be treated as a true labor partner. We were talking earlier about creativity and solutions. The best solutions are through collaboration, through working together, which has not been the pattern of our bargaining process or this whole RIF process. For those of you in the public, I would ask you to sign our petition using the QR code and if you believe that we should be fully funding our schools and classrooms. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Board President Hawley, board members, Superintendent, SLT. My name is Brian Stanley, President of Association of Pasadena School Administrators. We extend our sincere gratitude of all our certificate and classified leaders within PUSD for the incredible work that they do day in and day out. Our exceptional leaders model and uphold the district's mission and values and demonstrate the qualities of visionary thinking, strong communication, and commitment to continuous improvement. They inspire and motivate others, foster collaborative environments, and fiercely advocate for student success and equity. They demonstrate integrity, adaptability, and a passion for education. Each year, the APSA body, Associated of Pasadena School Administrators, nominates and votes on leaders who model these qualities to an exceptional degree. This normally happens in the fall, which it did this year, and then in January we nominate these administrators to the regional and state awards for AXA. That did not happen this year. Did not seem appropriate to focus on nomination for awards for the times that we're going through. However, we don't want this year to come to a close without at least recognizing those administrators that were nominated and voted for these awards nevertheless. So before this year comes to an end, we do want to recognize these administrators for what their peers voted them for, which starting with our secondary school principal of the year, Dr. Lawton Gray, elementary principal of the year, Marcy Brambilla, central office administrator of the year, Dr. Shannon Mumalo, Harmony Cano, and Dr. Helen Chan Hill. Charter Leadership Award, Dr. Shannon Malone. Promising Administrator of the Year, Ella Farinas. Classified Managers of the Year, Maral Mkhtarian, Tracy Ramirez, and Beth Layden. Secondary School Co-Administrators of the Year, Vivian Wong. Learns Administrator of the Year, Daisy Quinones. Professor of Education, Dr. Marion Stewart, and of course, Superintendent Dr. Blanco, who will be celebrating at as our Region 15 Superintendent of the Year next Friday. So, like I said, I know times are very tough right now, but still want to recognize the work that these administrators are doing and for to celebrate their achievements this year. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? I don't think there's any other labor unions. It's all the region.
Did you say there was going to be some type of ceremony or an event celebrating all of this? And will the board receive an invitation? What?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear all that. You said for...
I just wanted to know if the board was going to be invited to the celebration, but I was just informed that it was full, so.
So for an event next Friday, the board was invited, but let me know if you want to attend. And then for all the administrators, we'll do something at the very end of the year, probably at the end of May. We haven't decided on an exact date yet. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So now we are going to move on to our first staff presentation. Superintendent's Leadership Team for Eaton Fire Recovery Update.
Good evening. Momentarily, I'll invite up. Now they're coming. The rest of the superintendent's leadership team. As we have done in previous board meetings, we just want to provide some continuous updates on the recovery process from the Eaton fire. Now, in a very stabilizing way, this has become sort of our new normal. And you're going to end up seeing some things that just are typical for this time of year. Something happening.
I think she's just standing really far behind you. I think that's it.
Oh, okay. I was like, something happening?
All about pictures, okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Harden.
Whew. Didn't know I was that self-conscious.
Apparently.
Okay, I'm just going to keep going. So, all right. So today in this presentation, we have organized information around our academic and well-being monitoring. So we have some new information for you in those areas, and then of course our continuous operational updates. So in our academic and well-being monitoring, one of the things that has been eagerly awaited is our academic data reporting. As you know, because of the delays with the initial emergency, we did have to delay our typical local benchmark assessment window. However, I wanted to, which I have some preliminary data for you here tonight, but I wanted to share some structures that we have around how we are checking in on students academically, regardless of local benchmark or not. And so essentially, we have talked in the last few months and year around different levels of data that we utilize. The term that we've been sharing is street data, being the more day-to-day, on-the-ground, in the classroom type of data that teachers utilize when they interact with students, when they test informally, when they do exit tickets, and the like. We have a new system that we're very excited about called Panorama Student Success that Dr. Reynosa's team has helped begin training critical staff in, which will actually house this collective data so that we can actually combine academic data with behavioral, attendance, engagement, and SEL data so that we have a holistic look at how students are doing. What we also have that I've just referred to was that local benchmark data, which is what we typically look at in terms of how students are doing in math and reading. So you'll see some of that preliminary data. But that's really at the map level, right? It's not the daily work that we're doing, but it does give us a good look at a certain period in time. And finally, we have the typical satellite data that you see our reporting on, usually at the beginning of the school year because the students take this California assessment, state assessment, at the end of the school year. This is actually the opening of our testing season for that. And then the results come in throughout the summer, and you see the dashboard release happening in the fall. That satellite data is such a lagging indicator because of the delay in how we see it that we don't typically use it for daily instructional adjustment, but it is a good indicator for us of how students are doing toward the end of the year in one consistent point in time. So today I'm going to talk about, that center data, the local benchmark data. And so in that context, understand that it's only one data point that we're looking at, but and in this sense, it is preliminary. There's a lot of disaggregation that we still have yet to do, but because the window has closed, we were able to give you some of the general impressions. So the way that the next few slides are structured, so that I won't belabor each one individually, is it begins with a table that shows you our elementary data, and that would be kindergarten through 5th grade, and then our middle school data from 6th to 8th grade. We do assess high school in reading, and that's included in our final district-wide data. On the table, we are showing you what the current results are in what would be called Diagnostic 2, and then we compare it to the middle column, which is Diagnostic 1, which they took in the fall, and then showing you the % change in that category. So different than our summative test, our iReady local benchmarks are divided into 5 performance bands, and we are showing what the growth is between those performance bands. What I want to point out is that, yes, we should always expect that our data grows from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. But what I want to point out is that those percentages are not just due to time, The actual percentage of that performance or proficiency is based on what the cut point is expected to be at that point in the year. So if it is a diagnostic 1 being done in the fall, then there's a particular cut point where they expect you to be at a certain proficiency level because you've typically been in school for about 3 to 4 months. When you move to diagnostic 2, which happens in the winter, the cut point moves. So your target shifts because there's a higher expectation for how much you should have covered by that point in the year. And so those percentages can flatline because you can continue to only be progressing at a particular percentage as you make progress. But what you want to see is that it increases in percentage because more students are gaining proficiency at the adjusted cut point. So that's what this table will display in numerical change. So what I wanted to point out for both the elementary and the middle school math data is that you are seeing all levels moving in the direction that we want them to move, meaning the 2 levels or the 2 bands that are early on grade level or mid and above are moving in a positive direction. We're increasing the percentage of students that are reaching those benchmarks. And the grade bands that indicate remediation needed or grade levels below are decreasing. So we're moving students in the right direction in both grade level bands. We do see a significantly higher movement in the elementary grades than we do in the middle grades, and that remains true in math and in reading. So this is also something that's not surprising. It has been traditionally more difficult for us to move students across grade bands as they get older. And so that is definitely something that we are honing in on as a concern. The next couple slides, and this will be replicated when I get to the reading as well, visually show you what you just saw on the previous table. So it's the exact same data, but this time shown in graphical format so that you can see really how that breaks down in terms of percentage. So we are thrilled to see that we have a collective growth and change in the number of students who are on grade level or above in both of the grade bands. This is our reading data, split up in that same way, where you see the elementary on the left side of the table and the middle school on the right side. And again, across all grade bands, all performance bands, we are seeing movement in the right direction, except in the middle school with the early on grade level where we didn't see a change. Students in those bands may have changed, but the net percentage of students did not. Okay. And then another graphical depiction of that same data. And we are pleased to see that that growth in on-grade level or above is growing year to year. One of the, and then finally, this final slide is the district-wide data, where we now collectively include both the elementary and middle school, and in reading we add in the high school, all together. So notable changes is that for reading at the bottom, we actually have increased our on grade level or above percentage on this at this particular time of the year to 49%, which is at this point nearly half of students. We are obviously concerned that that also means that nearly half of students are not. But we are making strides. We have done a significant amount of work around reading instruction, and we see that the gains are occurring. I shared earlier that this is the preliminary data. We don't have the disaggregated data yet. We are actually meeting with the data analysis team in the next week, where we can look at this by subgroup. We can look at this by grade level with more specificity, and we can see which students are moving. One of the things that we were also reviewing is what does this look like from winter last year to winter this year? The data that you've seen so far really is just comparing that growth during this current school year. But if we were really trying to get as close to apples, we were wanting to look at the year-over-year change from the same point in time. And last year, at this point in time, or on this particular diagnostic tool, our proficiency rate was at 43%, and this year we're at 49. So even though we were very concerned with some of the stressors that have been added to our students' lives, we are still seeing that there's a steadiness that's occurring in these instructional areas. Similarly, in mathematics, at this time last year, we are at 34% proficiency, and we're now at 41%. So those are positive changes. Again, those numbers are moving in the right direction, but the rate of growth is something that we are eager to look at because we've talked about needing to use stretch goals as opposed to just typical rates of growth. And so we are going to inspect a little deeper and be able to come back to you with some more information on that. I'll turn to Dr. Reynoso for our attendance data.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. Good evening. Well, we were off to a great start up through December with our attendance being on target to reach our 94.08, and in chronic absenteeism decreasing to 15%. But as we know, we had a major disruption happen in January. And since that time, it has impacted the work that our schools are experiencing, and through a variety of different situations and variables, our students are finding it difficult to come to school in some of our schools. However, we believe, we just looked at some recent data, that we are hopeful that we might actually meet all of our targets despite what interruptions we've experienced. We know that our schools are working tirelessly. They are doing home visits. They are meeting with every single family, whether it's about law enforcement, immigration, and the impact of the Eaton fire. They are just really doing everything they can to remove the barriers so that our students can show up and feel connected to schools and to each other. And so we're going to continue to work on that. We talked today about identifying about 4 or 5 schools that have a higher threshold of concern. So we'll be working alongside with them to see if we can go back to their attendance plans, make some adjustments, and bring it home really strong so our students feel well when they come to school. I bring show and tell because I am student wellness representative. All right, I'm not going to read through all of these things, but I am going to touch on just the incredible work that has happened since the Eaton fire. The Eaton fire underscored the urgent need for mental health and wellness support in the Pasadena Unified School District, highlighting the value of immediate and long-term supports. We are deeply grateful to the Swiss teams for their service, PEF, the Los Angeles County of Education, Young and Healthy, and statewide partners for their steadfast partnership during this critical time for our school district. This experience connected us to each other and to the broader state and county mental resources, and we are especially thankful to all of the counselors for their surrounding us with love and care. We definitely feel love and support. We embraced tangible SEL supports. For example, I'm going to pass that around because you do need to give it a hug. It's called a Cuddle Bear. They are going to be gifts that are going to 2 of our schools. I'm sorry, all of our schools are getting 2 bears. They are therapy bears, and one will be in the principal's office and one will be with our RTI wellness teachers. We also had the great privilege of Christina Damari, who is a therapist and author who created a therapeutic SEL coloring book just for the Eaton Fire and Palisades students. They arrived on Monday, and for free of charge, our Los Angeles County of Education reprinted every single one of them. All of our kids in K-8 will be receiving one. They are beautiful. They are in English and in Espanol, so we're really excited about this opportunity. And this artist also did the same type of work when the Lahaina fires happened. So privileged, and a shout out to just across oceans and across states of the support that PUSD is receiving. I also if you haven't had a moment to step outside of Dr. Blanco's office, over 33 states participated in a Kindest Act, which is an international affair. They sent notes. They sent thousands and thousands of pairs of socks, but the notes are beautiful and written by people who care about PUSD. A special thanks to our team and the Student Wellness and Support Services who have truly gone above and beyond for our students and our staff. We are hopeful that the results from the Panorama survey that Dr. Hill mentioned will also guide us and validate us in the steps forward. One final note, you have been receiving lots of notification and hopefully an approval for tonight for the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Marshall McKenzie. You've been a huge champion for this work. We are pleased to say that we have received 50% of that funding, which is a $1 million grant that will begin working to support students and staff, and offering the chance to measure long-term impact of mental health well-being. And for the first time in the state of California, we will actually be able to bill and be reimbursed for services that we have never done before, creating a sustainable foundation to elevate our vital work with mental wellness and student well-being, because our students who are well are ready to learn. Thank you. Dr. Hill.
Thanks, Dr. Reynoso. That actually really captures a lot of what I'm going to discuss on the next couple slides, which is really where do you culminate these academic outcomes and expectations alongside a holistic motivational experience for students. And we do strive to do that throughout the year, but we know that one of the benefits of having summer and different intersessions is that students feel like this is a camp of some sort, or that this is a smaller experience that we can engage in some creativity while we're also striving towards some academic intervention and enrichment. And so a huge kudos to Harmony Kano, our coordinator of expanded learning programs, and the various teams that she's been coordinating for our Summer of Empowerment and additional programs that are being offered to students this year. In a targeted way, we are making use of the time that we have in the summer and the very specialized funds that are also dedicated to that time to be able to offer, it's the bear. You guys, I'm watching the bear go through. Anyway, to be able to offer programs to kids that are engaging and also targeted for whatever their academic needs are. One that I want to highlight that she's been doing in collaboration with our CIPD team is the Power Up, a reading intervention that is by invite only to every single rising third grader that is eligible for this attention. And in addition, she has a significant number of summer camp programs that are being created in collaboration, as well as for the first time ever, Team PUSD, in collaboration with all of our high school athletic directors and coaches, where they are creating bridge camps for students who are in anywhere as young as 5th grade through middle school, to come and spend a week at each of our high schools, rotating through a variety of athletic experiences, so they are getting connected to the school early and perhaps doing their own little preliminary tour of which high school they would like to enroll in, and meeting other students and coaches and teachers who already work there. So this was actually partially inspired by Trustee Fredericks and her ask to bring kids into our high schools earlier through our arts and sports programs. And I know we've done a significant amount of that in the arts, and we're trying to bring some parity in other areas as well. Additionally, I wanted to show you that this slide was actually done prior to the spring break, and at that time we had 1,100 students already enrolled, and Ms. Kano let me know that we're now at 1,400. And enrollment, I think, is possibly still open. It is still open for Team PUSD for sure, and I think closing shortly for the summer camps. What you see on this slide is the culmination of all the programs that are being offered throughout our schools this summer. You'll see that some of them are in partnership with PEF. We are offering Harambe and Freedom Schools as usual. Skills, another incredible partner, and our International Academy taking care of our newcomer students, etc. So what you'll see that is distinct now, and this one is inspired by Trustee Velasquez Vargas, we do not often lay out what our academic goals are and then measure them afterwards with a similar lens. And so it has taken a few years. We have been obviously doing this in increments, and you've been seeing various data points. But now every single one of these programs has a pre-assessment plan and a post-assessment plan, and we can, now they're not all the same, but we will be able to monitor progress with the program goals. So that's something that we want to make move in that same direction with more specificity and detail, so that we can really follow and make sure that the time spent in the summer is just as impactful and gets us the gains that we would like to support students to move back into the school year. Finally, I want to just share our enrollment numbers. We've been giving you sort of the updates on how many students have exited the district over this time period and how many students have newly enrolled. These are the net numbers that have occurred since the Eden fire up until the Friday before the spring break. We have gained 263 students who were not previously enrolled in PUSD, but in that same time period, we've lost 407. We know, again, as we've said throughout our presentations, that the true enrollment manifestation will be seen more throughout the summer. But one of the things that we are committed to is in looking at the 25-26 enrollment, we plan to take pre-enrollment data and have monthly regular meetings with human resources so that we can make sure that we are adjusting if staffing needs to adjust as student enrollment manifests. My preliminary pre-enrollment information from Dr. Mumlo and her office show that we are actually still very much on track and steady, but again, we have a lot of commitments that are still due to come in. With that, on April 15th, you likely saw that intent to return emails were sent out to families. So if you are a family watching and you didn't receive that, it's in your email. We can ask the schools have also sent it out, and it'll continue to be sent out for some time. We are also going to do updates in ARIES with that live data more frequently than we typically do. All right, that transitions us to the operational updates.
Thank you, Dr. Chanhill. And updates regarding some of the items that are happening through the Human Resources Department. As you all know, board approved, and before you're on tonight's board meeting, we have the new MTSS coach FTEs, and they are a reimagined way to support working alongside academics and looking at what the needs are going to be and how things are going to be for the 25-26 school year. A new job description was created, approved, and we had successful interviews before spring break. We were happy to see it was only open to PUSD current teachers, so it was not open to anyone from the outside to be able to apply for the positions, and we were able to fill them. That, coupled with natural attrition, so retirements and resignations. I had given you the number previously before the February 27 board meeting and had mentioned where the layoffs were approved, mentioned that we had taken into consideration the layoffs, retirements, non-reelects up to that point. Since then, we continue to get typically resignations, some retirements. I take those into account. We do have to wait to the next part of what happens with the layoff resolutions, which is a lot of the statutory requirements that a lot of you are aware of. So right now, the current one would be we have to have hearings. There's an administrative law judge that will be hearing the cases, which will be happening next week, Wednesday and Thursday. After that, the administrative law judge has until May 7th by statutory to provide us with their findings. She would then inform us of those findings. We then issue final layoff notices, which is they're due by May 15th. Of course, the administrative law judge can always come back with their decision past May 7th. If they go beyond the May 7th, then the same amount of time between May 7th and May 15th we would have and to provide those letters. I'm really hoping that that doesn't happen because that just makes us prolong in terms of notifications to staff. But we are tied to those statutory requirements in terms of dates. So we're really looking forward to ensuring that they are able to get us their decisions by then. When that happens, we're able to then, and only then, start assigning reassignment notices to folks, and we're able to then take into account any retirements, any resignations, and of course, any of those, and through that part of the attrition, then that would reduce the number of layoff notices. At that point is the time where the district would then begin to rescind notices. But we have to wait till the administrative law judge provides their ruling before we can ever do that. Again, final notices are due by May 15th unless the administrative law judge provides their decision past the May 7th statutory deadline. So we are hopeful, we are pushing on them so that we can get those notices earlier. The earlier we're able to get an administrative law judge to provide their responses, the earlier we're able to issue final layoff notices, but more importantly, the sooner we can rescind notices as applicable. And just for a point of clarification, those notices of rescinding wouldn't be for the same FTEs that they're currently sitting in. So sometimes there's a misconception that if we brought someone back, that then we didn't do any layoffs. They would be taking positions that are being budgeted for next school year. So it isn't the same position. There's still, in terms of reductions, in terms of for budgetary purposes, we're still gaining those reductions into the budgetary. So these folks will be taking positions that folks are leaving the district, so such as retirements, resignations, and non-reelects. Just a point of clarification. The next is a risk management update. As you know, it's an ongoing process. Sometimes it goes a little bit quicker. Sometimes, usually it goes a little bit slower. I'm really pleased to be working with Saman on a lot of this in terms of, I think we're working in tangent to address several of the different issues. As you know, we're one bucket, as I like to call it. There's really two when it comes to this. One of them is really through our insurance, making claims with them to make sure that we get reimbursed. There's a process for that. The other is the lawsuit that the district has chosen to go pursue with Edison. So those are two different things that are happening at the same time when it comes to impact in terms of the fire. So this specific information right now is regarding the insurance company. So I just want to make sure that there's clarity on the two separate ones. For this, there's still a lot of happening in terms of relocation, the portables. We're still analyzing the classroom costs. There's a lot of repairs. There was a lot of remediation that happened. There's stuff that is still happening in terms of remediation that went out in a message from the superintendent just last week. Today's Thursday. Yes, or it was this week, I think might have been. The days are blending together. All of that is part of this purpose and part of us working with the insurance company to ensure that all of those items are covered for. With that in mind, through the insurance company, providing resources back to the district because of the fire, that our dollars are meant to do impacts of the fire. They have already provided the district with over $60 million of reimbursement from insurance to date. Again, that is meant specifically for the work that's coming in terms of the recovery. There's several different safeguards that I've mentioned several times, but I think they're worth repeating. Counsel, forensic accountants to protect the district's interests, ensuring that informed decisions are made to preserve the rights under the insurance policy. And I gave the analogy last time where, and through insurance, just like very much homeowners insurance and car insurance, there's different buckets where we can categorize or reimbursements, but they do have limits. So what we do is we maximize the limit of each of those so that we're able to maximize the dollars that we're reimbursed. But just as we have forensic accountants and legal counsel, obviously so did the insurance, right? So they have their own forensic analysis and looking through the invoices and making sure they account for every dollar. And last, the restoration and the rebuild, planning with structural architects and engineers about the best path forward. That's still an ongoing process, but as you know, there was still a lot of remediation that is still ongoing, that is still happening. So that's just a little bit of updates. We'll continue to update you as information comes through and as Saman and I continue to work and navigate through this process. Next up, I believe, is Mr. Saman.
So last couple of board meetings, we provided more detailed updates on our facility plans and impacts on schedule. And so not a lot new to report. The portables at Elliott are proceeding as we previously discussed, as well as those additional portables at the Allendale campus for Altadena Arts Magnet, as well as all the previous bond-funded summer projects that we had discussed at the last couple board meetings. With respect to health monitoring, so as folks saw, likely on Friday and over the weekend, County Public Health released some results from some soil sampling that had been done primarily in Altadena, but also in parts of northern Pasadena. And those showed in many areas levels of lead that were above the California screening levels. And so subsequently, Pasadena Public Health release some school guidance. And so a lot of this information can be found on our website, and we'll show a link on the next slide. And so there were some recommendations for schools in those areas. And so as a result of those recommendations by Pasadena Public Health, the Pasadena Unified School District is conducting soil testing across our campuses. And so we are, going a little bit beyond what's being recommended by public health. They're not requiring it, to be clear, they're recommendations. But in the interest of, giving comfort to the public about the safety of our schools, as well as to do any remediation that might be necessary as a result of those tests, we are going to do those across all of our campuses. So something I just want to point out is that the results of the county public health tests do not indicate any imminent harm to our students at any of our campuses, nor do they indicate any harm from having attended school over the last couple months. So as we've been working since the release of these results with Pasadena Public Health, they put it well, and I'd like to kind of repeat their take, which is new information is always welcome. Additional data is always welcome. And sometimes that new data either tells us that things are fine, or it tells us that more investigation is necessary. And this is in that category. This is in the category of, it's not that there's any imminent harm to our students or to members of the public that are living in these communities, but it does warrant additional assessment and evaluation, and that's what we're doing. So a lot more information on our website. Unfortunately, what it's also going to lead to is a temporary restriction of use of exposed dirt areas. Again, this is being done in an abundance of caution, but as soon as we get those results from our own soil testing, we will be able to make those exposed dirt areas available again for use by our students and staff. But for the time being, until we get those test results, those exposed dirt areas are going to be restricted. All right, next are for communication.
Good evening, board members. I'm Hilda Ramirez Horvath, your public information officer. So in terms of updates on communications in the last couple of months, we continue to update our fire relief website, which continues to be our most visited page on the website. Second is the calendar. And this week we added information about soil testing. We sent messages and a press release out about the soil testing, added an FAQ on the safety portion of the fire relief page. And we'll add test results as they come in starting in about 4 weeks. That website is updated constantly. We continue with the weekly PUSD updates. It's the weekly newsletter along with other messages as necessary. We send out to roughly 38,000 email addresses that include parents, students, community members, and media or news media partners. And those have a pretty high open and engagement rate. So we continue with those. And then we have averaged since February about 1 or 2 events at our schools that are related to fire response. Our local and then larger community have been incredibly generous in donating to items and experiences to our students. So we've supported schools with the planning and getting the word out. So things like at Madison, there was a donation of bicycles to transitional kindergarten students, these 4-year-olds with the training wheels on. And just a couple of weeks later, we just saw a video yesterday that these 4-year-olds on their bicycles took the training wheels off. And to experiences like that, to the renowned Jane Goodall, who came and spoke to our students and gave that as a gift to our students in our community, and a real consciousness about our responsibility as stewards of our environment. So we continue with those. We have many more events planned and are supporting more in May, including senior prom, and are preparing information on our graduates for the class of 2025 and telling their story. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation, and we're here for questions.
Thank you very much. That was really interesting. Do we have any questions from the board trustees? Ms. Kenny?
I had a question. You, on your data slide at the very beginning, and you talked about satellite data and the CASP, and I know we received a memo about it. I wanted to clarify something that's kind of in relationship to the enrollment numbers. Back in the day, my understanding was while every student who's with us will take the CASP state test, for our dashboard system, will only students count who have been with us continuously since norm day be calculated into our dashboard? And the reason I ask is because on that enrollment slide, there's been so much movement, both coming and going. I wonder how different those numbers of eligible students will be this year.
We actually will follow up with that. That's a good point.
All right, because it made me kind of think about, new students will be here, but they won't, at least the way that it used to work.
That's right. And also we have had, the CDE did give us fire-affected districts, did have some adjustments that they shared. We'll check and see what that status would be.
Okay. And then on enrollment, so you said the intent to return, that will be going to all students at all schools?
It should have gone out on Tuesday. So yes, intended, anybody who's currently enrolled in our system would have received it.
And is that something new, or have we done that in the past? And because
we do it annually. This year it did go out a little later because we are actually hoping that this allows families to have a better sense of where they are. So.
On a typical year, maybe not this year, do we get a pretty good response to that?
I can ask Dr. Mumolo. Her office can give me the
Because
data.
I'm wondering if, we get 80% or if it's lower than that. So just wondering.
What's helpful is that we do have, this one typically has a higher return response rate than our surveys, our general surveys, apologies, because the schools do work pretty hard to get those numbers. It helps them with their enrollment and staff projections. Yeah.
And then you may not have this information tonight, but it would be great to understand how open enrollment is going so far, especially maybe compared to prior years.
Mm-hmm.
And so this will be the first year that TK is fully
at every single elementary school.
Okay. Well, but I mean, it's every month in the year. Everyone's eligible now, right? This is the first time. But as I was thinking about this, I was like, but I wonder of entry grades, TK and kinder, if we'll be more affected by losing families from the Altadena area. So people may have stayed for senior year.
Sure, but the entry years.
But coming into the entry years, and I wonder, because TK, did we have everyone go through the lottery for that?
For TK, they do enroll through the lottery system, same way.
All right.
What I will say is our TKs are actually, we have wait lists already.
Okay, all right,
So,
and that's encouraging. So any information like that could be shared with the board through a communique would be great.
Okay.
And then I had one. Oh,
okay.
Sorry, I just had
We're
one.
supposed to have 3 questions, so, okay, go
Right,
ahead.
so I had one on test scores and one on enrollment.
All right.
And I have one on insurance.
Okay.
So I wanted to make sure I understood it was 60 million. Is that the number I saw there?
I said approximately 60 million. I think it's 58.9 and change.
Is that promised to us or we've already received it?
We received the majority of it, yes.
Okay, so we have that. And is that, so it's not a case where we have to spend the money to get reimbursed?
That is
This
correct.
is for us. Is it restricted in its use?
So it's in the general fund. It is an advance towards our future claim. So what happens often, given how obvious the extent of our losses is that insurance companies, knowing that we have needs for cash, will provide these advance allocations, knowing that ultimately the claim will be far in excess of these amounts that they're providing upfront and in the first few months.
Okay, so I know we had to do a lot of remediation, but we will also have replacement costs.
Yes.
Is this money mainly to reimburse us for replacement, or is there a remediation part that they're covering? Do you see what I mean?
Remediation meaning the cleanup of the
Yeah,
schools?
so like we've spent a whole bunch of money so
Yes.
far.
Yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't know how much of each category, but there were over the last few months, the biggest expense has been, of course, remediation and testing. Subsequently, moving forward, it's going to be more replacement of lost items as well as rebuilding of campuses.
All right, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to remind us, 3 questions or 3 minutes. It's very important. That's something we all voted on. So who's next? Ms. Fredericks.
Just a comment to Dr. Hill. I keyed in on the summer bridge program with the high schools. I was thinking, that sounds like an idea we talked about, but I'm going to say it was Councilmember Garcia that prompted that conversation. So I'm going to give him kudos. I'm going to have a question about soil testing. Is the industrial hygienist company the same that did the initial series of testing?
So we were trying to identify
testing too?
the firm that can do it the fastest and with the most competence, and so it could be ultimately the same vendors before, but we were going out to see for multiple firms, not just the ones that we used before.
Looking right now, okay. Yeah. And then, so the elements that we're testing for in the soil, can you elaborate on the different elements?
So it's principally going to be mirroring what the county itself tested for in the results that were released on Friday. So it's principally heavy metals, obviously lead, given that that's the heavy metal that came back at levels above the California screening levels. But we're also going to include asbestos fibers, even though that wasn't tested by the county, just because there's been so much public interest in testing for asbestos, as well as other furans, dioxins. So it's going to be the main focus, the main impetus is the lead results, and so that is absolutely what, in working with Pasadena Public Health as well as the Cal EPA, was warranted based off of those results. And we did send what we proposed to test to Cal EPA just to get their feedback to make sure that they were in agreement with the scope of our testing.
And we're still on track for getting those results in a few weeks?
Yeah.
And are we doing it in the order of, proximity to the burn zone, or just all at the same time?
Yeah, the intent is to do it all simultaneously to get the results as quickly as possible.
Dr. Velasquez.
My favorite area.
She didn't say favorite person, but okay. Just
Implied. Okay. So while the data that you're showing shows that there's a growth in the right direction, and I very well understand that the marker moves, etc., what I am able to observe is that the achievement gap is even getting bigger. So the students that are already performing at higher levels are accelerating at great levels, and the progress in the ones that need the most assistance. So we're growing the divide in this district. And so I'm really concerned about this. And I want to know what specific instructional practices are being used in the classrooms to address these gaps and how we're measuring their effectiveness in real time. Also, this year, our COVID kinder to first is moving to middle school. And I am not clear that a significant effort has been made to address that particular cohort that is coming with significant delays. And as you said, the progress once they move to middle school is going to be slower. So this is like a generational damage that we're doing to this class. And so that there's no issues, I'm going to ask everything, so keep taking notes. The district references reassignments and coaching positions, but I really want to know, do we have any evidence that the interventions are not just a compliant framework and we are producing measurable gains?
The interventions with the coaches?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, so I'll start with the first one. I think that is actually our shared concern as well. We know that when you are if you are stronger in a particular subject area, your rate of growth can be faster. We would love to see double-digit decreases in those who are already behind. And so that's an area where we're looking forward to the disaggregation, because we also want to see not just how this is manifesting in the bands, but with whom. So one of the things that we know is contributing to the growth is that middle band, the one grade level below, tends to be easier to move because they have some foundational knowledge and you can shift. We do, I think, put together some expectations around intervention for those furthest behind, and that band in the middle is where we sort of shifted some of our attention this year because they were not growing at that same rate when they could grow at a higher rate. So that's something that is, I think, an attribution to current instructional focus. But where we really do struggle with those 2 and 3 grade levels or more behind is having that intensive intervention. And so the framework of MTSS that you've been hearing about for the last year and more is something that we are really looking into to implement, not just with fidelity, but to implement, period, and then with fidelity, because we are finding that a difficult area is identification of who and an identification of what the service is. So this actually connects to the third question that you had, which is around, we now have coaches that are designated for MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support. It's not intended just to look at a connection between their academic, their behavioral, and their social emotional wellness, but to say that all of those things work in tandem so that they achieve. And so helping folks to understand that all of these things are important is step one. I think we are moving in that right direction. Next, we need to work at what does it look like to do first instruction? What does it look like to make a distinction between additional support? And then really for those students, what does an intensive support look like? How is it different? So some of that is dosage time, but a lot of it is actual practice. And so that is an area that we have to work in collaboration with special education, others, et cetera, to make sure that we make happen. But it's not an area that we currently provide as many resources.
So I want to be blunt, because my concern is that, you know, and I know that you are the recipients of my pressure as well, but my concern is that in the quest for improving some numbers, you know, our actions are also pushing those results, right? And I am the direct beneficiary of that, because I know that, you know, you know, my kids are doing great, but I want all kids to do great, right? And so that really worries me. And the other thing that worries me, and that I wish that you could tell me that this is a bad hunch on my part, which is that the interventions have been working in spaces with lower caseloads. And what I just want to make sure that our assignments from school to school in terms of need and volume of work match the success of our coaches, because the coaches that attend smaller populations that have these demographic challenges or this learning challenges. I did not mean to say demographic. Yes. Where if you're in a school where you in a class where you have less students, you're making great progress towards that. But if you have a school where 75% of the population, the amount of coaches is not sufficient to address that at the same level.
Agreed. But I will actually, if I can, if it gives you relief, say that the hunch is maybe only partially accurate. I will say that caseloads do matter. However, quality is the highest indicator. Teacher efficacy and collective efficacy are the highest indicators. So in the sense that certainly we would expect, California's had criteria around class size reduction. Class size reduction itself does not necessarily manifest in student change, right? But quality instruction and efficacy within that setting does. So we do know that there are maybe unequal caseloads, but we do provide additional support and resources for those that have indicators of other needs. And so obviously in this particular situation, it might not be the resources we are all hoping for, but I would say that initially a caseload count wouldn't necessarily indicate that there's going to be a fail. So the intentionality around the intervention is what we're seeking. So we do know that there have been cases where we've been able to hire an intervention teacher to specialize in something in a small dosage way and return that student back in, and that this is not a year-long sentence, but something that happens in a small treatment and you return. That's the MTSS model that we're after. This year, Dr. Reynoso's team worked really hard to share out how we have a coordination of services team. We call it the cost team. We have a replicated model from the central office and down. That's going to create the structure that allows us internally to have those conversations around actual student names and interventions and monitor that 4 to 6 week cycle. So that's really the intent for our lowest bands.
And I would like to get support from the board in this last request, which is I would really love for all of you to block some time, maybe 1 hour or 2, and really write about lessons learned from this experience that we've lived through. Just so that we can understand process, procedures, things, challenges, etc. I think that it is going to be a very important process for everybody to go through as we make steps towards recovery.
I have 2, but I think are going to be quick questions. The first one is related to soil testing. Is there any opportunity for us to explore collaborating with our university partners around galvanizing their expertise related to testing, evaluation, research, et cetera, while there's still research dollars in the pipeline?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I've had some people approach me, so I want to know, can I just send them to?
Yeah, so there's an urgency to do after the county release their results for us to get this testing done, and so that's going to move forward. But yeah, we have had conversations with foundations and universities already before this kind of the county results were released. But yes, you can always connect me.
Thank you. I imagine there'll be some opportunity to do some longitudinal studying.
Yep.
As we begin to move forward. And then my second question is communications related. With our sending out the April 15 notices about notices to return, have we given any consideration to utilizing the branding around Restore, Rebuild, and Rise to build out a campaign to really communicate to families about us seeing value in keeping our PUSD family connected, that they're a part of that family, and that we want to see all of our students remain with us as we continue to restore, rebuild, rise, so that there's some feeling of inclusion, connectivity, and an opportunity to continue to draw people in, as we know that information is still growing, but we want to make sure that we're proactive in how we reach out to folks in terms of trying to create buy-in and support around people making an investment in sort of retaining and remaining with PUSD.
So one of the things that came through strongly in our response and our response to the fire is that this is the ties in this community are really strong, and that seeing it from the first day of the fire to now, almost, what is it, 3 months later, that we've been through a lot in the last few months, but what I see in my colleagues and what I see with the students and their youth-led conference, and with the faculty and the staff, is that there is a real determination that, if we have to stand up and rise 1,000 times, we'll do it. And so there is, in every communication that we send out, we try to reflect that spirit of the community. We are also doing some marketing and doing some ads right now, encouraging enrollment, knowing that the messages that I send out are to our audience. We've also been placing a lot more op-eds, articles in local publications through, gaining attention and telling our story through earned media. We are also, the best way that we have of telling our story is through our students and their incredible spirit. We saw at the State of Schools on Tuesday the speech by Malika, who is a senior, who is a product of PUSD's International Baccalaureate Elementary at Willard, at the Accelerated Math Academy at McKinley, and then at PHS, where she has been in the App Academy and is president or vice president of the Astrophysics Club and the Robotics Club, and is told me when we talked before her speech that when I asked her how she coped with the fire, because she was evacuated, her family was evacuated, is that she focused on data until school opened. So there was before school opened and after school opened, but where she found strength was after school opened and in the student think tank. And that's, an incredible accomplishment. So yes, are there plans to take that theme through? Yes. If we're going to rise, we're going to do it 1,000 times. And I do have to tell you, I neglected to mention this before, our communications team is fairly small, but our mighty K-Learn takes images and tells our story through video that you saw on Tuesday and has been in the academic update, and we'll put it in this next update, district-wide update on Monday, but tells our story eloquently and so respectfully that reflects, the spirit of who we are.
And I think that your point is definitely well received. And the stories of students like Malika are remarkable. I would like to see us be able to cultivate that same passion for PUSD in our youngest learners and in our young families, so that they have the opportunity to matriculate from TK through high school, and 12, 15 years from now, those students are having the same experience as Malika has had. So we're talking about our families that have like 3, 4, 5-year-olds. We want them to be able to know that PUSD is their home. It will be the place where their students learn and thrive, and where we help those families that have young children to restore their lives, to rebuild their families and rise with PUSD. So I think that we should be focusing on looking at our youngest learners, because they're going to be the ones that are going to grow with us for years to come.
Just wanted to zero in on the summer expanded learning opportunities, specifically the Pan-African immersive summer program. So I'm excited about that. And of course, as we have the Pan-African Immersive Storytelling Academy launching next year, it is the intention for this summer program to attract some of the same families that will be enrolling in the fall, to kind of get them up to speed, the students up to speed, or is it, to tease new enrollees into the program? Maybe you can just kind of double click on that a little bit as to
all of the above.
Outcomes, all of the above.
So it is actually specific to the grade level that we're going to enroll.
Yeah.
So it will be a precursor for some and perhaps an enticement for others. But thank you for drawing attention to that. With everything else happening, this was a very exciting project that began with our Black Student Family Task Force, where we are able to create a very specific Pan-African immersive storytelling academy that's based on innovative technology that would really garner them skill sets that are productive and applicative in life. It is a very STEM-based type of academy, but also that storytelling aspect is how do you utilize media, how do you utilize technology to tell stories, such as, a trustee Marshall McKenzie even described, how could we leverage these tools? This summer would allow them to have exposure into some of that in a small project-based way. It's been completed in collaboration. Our project manager at the central office is Dr. Nadir Nayo, so it's a curriculum-based program. She and Dr. Shannon Malone have been working heavily with Dr. Tolliver over at McKinley to make sure that this is something that connects everyone to the school community early on, whether you're enrolled or not. And we actually already know that there are double-digit enrollees already for that 6th grade class, so the summer program can take a few more.
So at the end of that program, if a not already enrolled child says, this is incredible, I want to keep doing this, that we can
Our Office of
flexibly.
Enrollment has worked with families individually to make sure they can get
Perfect.
to where they want to be.
Awesome. Thank you.
Ms. Bailey.
Yeah, I just want to thank the team. This is great work, and I'm really enjoying this discussion. But I need to back us up to a comment that my colleague, Dr. Velasquez, made. I kind of feel like you left us hanging. You made a comment that you needed the support from your colleagues, and then you said something about writing up this experience or lessons learned. I'm not sure if you were referring to your colleagues or just to staff or to everyone. And if you were referring to staff, I do have a concern about that. So could you clarify who you were?
Yeah, I think that we've experienced
I just need to know who you're referring to.
the staff.
Okay. So my concern about that is, this has been a really tragic period of time, and having to continuously replay over and over in your mind what you've experienced and how you have experienced it can create more damage. Writing is not therapy for everyone. And not only that, I don't think that it is our role to ask staff to do something like that. And so I just have a concern about that. I think our protocols kind of address the fact that we're not supposed to put that type of work or extra work on staff.
Correct.
So that's just my concern. And even when you said it, I was like, oh my God, I don't even want to think about it. Because we're living it. We're living it. And for me, maybe a year or two from now, I'll be able to take pen to paper and write about it. But right now, that would not be therapy for me. That would probably create more trauma for me.
All right, thank you.
I was not suggesting that they relive the experience, but they all have very busy schedules, and if we allow the openness to think about this, with time, there's a lot of details that are get lost, and I know that we have to navigate something in between. But what I meant is technical things like an increase in logmanship, or an increase on, or paying attention to like how this particular material responded to this other material. So what I envisioned was something very technical, that if you don't purposely carve out the time to try to figure out some notes, it's all gonna, we're gonna move on. But
Yeah, that's premature without knowing their process already, especially in having to create this data and bring this data forward. And they constantly talked about how, things like COVID and the fires have impacted the students and the families in the district as a whole. So I think a lot of what maybe you're trying to get them to do moving forward has probably already been done, and it's in the details. If you want more, you can maybe ask another way, but I don't want to get in the habit of us giving them assignments to do outside of the work that they already have to do day to day. And they're already pulling extra heavy loads by, the extra meetings in the evenings, the community meetings, just everything that the district is involved in to keep the community updated, to keep our students, being led in the classroom. There's a lot that's going on. So I just don't think that's a part of the work that we need to be dictating to the staff to do.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on. Nope, we're not doing that anymore. We're moving on. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're moving on to K, action items. Number 1, recommendation for expulsion, student ID 942836. I would like to make a motion to not accept recommendation for expulsion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Oh, student board member on that just seems so, no, she can't. It's, sorry. All right, all in favor? No one, not to accept the recommendation. Okay, no abstentions. All right. Okay, what everybody's been waiting for. Number 2, approval of change of school name John Marshall Fundamental to Thurgood Marshall Secondary School.
I move approval.
I second.
Give us what you got. Sounds great.
All right. Good evening, Board President Hawley, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Blanco, and Superintendent's leadership team. It is my honor and privilege to once again represent the Marshall School community in our interest and efforts in proposing a school name change from John Marshall Fundamental Secondary School to Thurgood Marshall Secondary School. In the Google electronic folders you received titled Thurgood Marshall Name Change, you will find evidence of our community's efforts in support of our proposed name change. The evidence includes Board Reports 1791F, which approved the establishment of a committee to review the school name change process, and 1821F that provides the updates to the committee's review. Individual folders of meeting agendas, minutes, and attendance from School Site Council, ELAC, PTSA, Centennial Committee, as well as folders pertaining to our student, staff, and community surveys and responses, and community outreach. Additionally, you will find documents shared with our school community, such as this one-pager document, which was also posted in local businesses, coffee shops, parks, and bookstores in order to garner community support. As mentioned in our previous presentation to the board, we are proposing to change our name because our school's current namesake is not aligned with our school's essential mission and character. The legacy of Chief Justice John Marshall, though one of prestige and great significance in United States history, also includes the ownership of enslaved individuals. In changing our name, we follow suit with other educational institutions such as Cleveland State University and the University of Illinois at Chicago School of Law in distancing our mission and values away from that of human bondage. Instead, we are proposing to change our name to honor the late Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, the first Black American U.S. Supreme Court Justice. As a lawyer and justice, Thurgood Marshall's legacy is one of undaunted persistence, academic excellence, and an unwavering belief that an equitable society is good for all. Also known as Mr. Civil Rights and the Legal Eagle, Justice Marshall's work as a civil rights lawyer with the NAACP and Legal Defense Fund led to his role as chief counsel in Brown versus Board of Education. His landmark victory established the unconstitutionality of separate but equal schools, leading to desegregation. Additionally, Justice Marshall was a fervent supporter of affirmative action for minorities and for protecting bodily autonomy. He also adamantly opposed capital punishment. Thurgood Marshall's name is synonymous with civil rights, racial equality, and social change. These are the basis of our Eagle values. Embrace diversity, act responsibly, graduate prepared, lead with integrity, engage in learning, and succeed. Yes, we do. Are all values that we hope to instill in our school's diverse student body. Further, fundamental no longer holds meaning nor represents all that we offer at Marshall or at Pasadena Unified. Fundamental schools emphasize traditional approaches to schooling and a back-to-basics curriculum where agriculture, homemaking, hygiene, and citizenship were prioritized over the arts and extracurriculars. Presently, our Marshall Eagles far exceed fundamental standards with a thriving arts program in the Academy of Creative Industries, a multicultural and social justice grounded curriculum in Puente, and robust advanced placement catalog. We also have a highly competitive athletics program with multiple CIF championships, most recently our CIF winning girls tennis team. The photos of our students are testaments to the importance and the beauty of our diversity at Marshall. Our multicultural clubs, mock trial program, our incredible dancers focused on civic activism, our artists, our alumni, and our wonderful middle schoolers exemplify Justice Thurgood Marshall's legacy of academic excellence and social justice. In presenting the name change to the school community, input was sought from various parent committees, as well as staff, student, and larger community via surveys. All Marshall parent committees voted unanimously in favor of the name change to Thurgood Marshall Secondary School. The data represented in blue that you have in your folder are those in support, red, not in support, and orange were abstentions. The staff resoundingly supported the name change. More students are in support than are not. Some of our middle schoolers are only recently learning about Thurgood Marshall. And a majority of community responses are also in strong support. Additionally, we utilized social media to help garner support. We had remarkable positive engagements and comments. Should the board award the approval, we hope to unveil our official name change to Thurgood Marshall Secondary School at our centennial celebration, to which you are all invited on May 9th in our Marshall Auditorium. The event will celebrate and honor our school's rich history as John Marshall Fundamental Secondary School, while looking forward to our amazing future, hopefully, as Thurgood Marshall Secondary School. Thank you very much for your time and continued support of our school community. I also wanted to add that there is no fiscal impact. Our mascot, our school mission, vision, values, logo, all stay the same. And we have gifts for you, which you have already put on your head, which is great. So thank you so much for your time, and we can take any questions for you. I'm joined by our amazing administrative team, Ms. Audrey Green, Dr. Valadez, and Ms. Narvaez, and of course, Ms. Felita Keeling, and some Marshall parents, Mr. and Mrs. Bleeker, and we thank you all for your support.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful. Do we have any questions here? Yes, Ms. Kenny.
Can you elaborate a little bit about the student input? And I'm so sorry, you said something about green, blue.
Yes.
In the folder, and
We
I'm
don't have the
confused.
folder.
Correct.
They're down there.
So there was an
okay.
electronic folder that was shared, and in the electronic folder is a slide deck that I was hoping to show this evening, but we didn't get it in time. So I realize now
I
that
see.
the board needs 72 hours in advance for the information to be presented. But it is in your electronic folder, and so you will see the pie charts. The pie charts are color-coded in those colors, and so you'll see the different percentages.
I see board presentation, it's got 7 slides, but it doesn't have, so maybe you can just elaborate a little bit more. So how was student input sought out?
So we sent out a survey, which was sent via, of course, Canvas. Our teachers administered the survey. I'm going to try to see if I can get I have a printed version of the slide that I was going to discuss. And so you'll see there that 46.6% of students are in favor, 30.5% are not, 22.9% abstained. And so more students than not are in favor of the change. For staff, you have 93.8% in favor, and for community, you have 70.8% in favor.
Great, I'm so sorry, I found it, there's
That's
actually
okay.
2 different presentations there, one with
Oh.
7 slides and one with 8.
Okay.
But the one with 8 has that slide.
Okay,
So you
great.
said the blue is the in favor,
Correct.
the red against, and the orange is abstain.
Right.
Wonderful,
And we
thank
did
you.
realize that some of our students are just recently learning who Thurgood Marshall is, and a couple of comments like, who's Thurgood Marshall again? And that's okay. We are educating our students. Actually, every day of this week, we have our Eagle announcements that we do every morning, and we had a Thurgood Marshall just quick fact of the day so far this week, and we're going to continue to, of course, inform our student body.
Mr. Harden?
Well, just as much as I'm proud that Marshall's taking the name of such an amazing historical leader, I also really appreciate the fact that fundamental is being dropped from the name, because those who know, the troubled history of racism and classism and systemic inequality in this community know what fundamental really meant.
Right.
And so I'm happy that we're taking that step to remove that coded word from the school's name. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harden.
Ms. Chi?
I just wanted to say I'm so excited for you guys for this huge change. Excuse me, sorry.
That's okay.
The Student Assembly feels that this change reflects diversity and equity and inclusion and aligns with the school's mission and also the district's mission, especially in a time where DEI erasure is so present and our equity is at risk.
Right.
I don't think anyone should question whether or not students want this change or not, because at our voting meeting where we met with all of our student representatives from each campus, it was a resounding yes. It is
That's
actually the
great.
only action item where I have the records of all of the votes right here.
Oh my gosh, that's
where
wonderful.
there are actually exclamation marks next to the yeses,
Oh.
and as I quote, "yas" with like 10 S's.
That's great.
But honoring Thurgood Marshall better represents the values of both the school and our district. So
Thank you so much. Thank you for letting us know that. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Anybody else on this one? Okay, look, that was Ms. Fredericks?
I have to follow Trustee Chi. That's gonna be tough. So I was just wondering how long is this? I forgot the phrasing. How
It's
long
been a
has it
long time coming?
Yes,
Yes.
a long time coming. So how long was it from
Yeah.
the time that the community thought of this idea
Right.
and now until now? How long has that?
Since last year, it actually came from staff, and we discussed it in staff meetings, and wanted to just move forward with coming up with, forming a committee, having the idea move forward, knowing that we had, of course, needed to gain support from all of our different community partners, from parents, from students, from everyone. As you all know, I'm former principal at Elliott, so I was familiar with just the name change process of making sure that you have community support. And so we did that. And every step of the way, we were getting a lot of just, positive feedback and reinforcement. And so we just think that it's what better occasion than our centennial celebration to honor the 100 years of John Marshall Fundamental and then embrace a new future with Thurgood Marshall Secondary School.
And I will echo Trustee Chi that this cannot be a better time to be doing this. And I am very biased for this name change.
I remember you telling me.
Because at UC San Diego,
Yes.
there's 7 campuses, and I went to Thurgood Marshall
That's awesome.
campus, and the motto is that the student as a scholar and citizen, social responsibility and academic excellence are equally important.
Oh, I love that. It's
So,
wonderful.
so congratulations.
Thank you.
This is
Thank you so
amazing.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was wonderful. It is a fabulous thing to do, particularly now.
Yes.
His life went through so many so much.
Right.
Plessy versus Ferguson, Brown versus Board of Ed, and if only we had him now. But we've got him on your school, so that's
Yes.
fabulous.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you
great.
very much.
Thank you.
Oh, so now we have to vote, right?
Yes, I
Can't
think
forget
so.
that. All right, we have a motion and a second. No, Patrice.
Thank you to the Marshall family for bringing this forward, and I look forward to celebrating your centennial. And is the name change going to be unveiled at the centennial? Will the signage be ready in time? Do we need to do anything to make sure?
Miss
Or-
Green
I was
has
thinking about
plans, that's for sure.
Okay. So
we do have some marketing materials already in the works, but of course, we are waiting for this evening to have the blessing of the board to move forward.
So I'm thinking about the exterior name on the school signage. That's what I'm.
Oh, so the facade of the actual school will remain the same. The John Marshall that's on the facade of the school remains the same, but we will be purchasing a new marquee, which we needed to do anyway because our marquee is actually broken. And so the marquee in front of the school will be Thurgood Marshall Secondary School.
Okay.
Yes.
They'll have to raise some money to change the facade.
Yeah.
I know they did it at Mary Jackson. I saw that.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah.
that.
Yes.
Well, that's another discussion. So
It is.
let's take Michelle?
So
Yes,
at
ma'am.
the celebration,
Yes.
will our illustrious principal be leading us into some song or something to?
I will absolutely make sure we have music, and we will be celebrating the arts, community service, and
You're
leadership.
going to lead us into.
Ms. Bailey, if you would like me to sing, I will sing for you
Thank
that
you.
evening. I will get to work on that right away.
Okay, so we're going to vote now, starting with our student board member.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
That's great.
And 7-0.
Thank you so
7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Have a nice
Appreciate
night.
it.
We're
Thank
going
you,
to, how
you
about a
as well.
5-minute break? Yeah, let's do that.
I need that, so I don't.
Okay. We are back.
Motion to extend to 10:30.
Second.
All in favor? Oh, student board member.
Yes.
All in favor? Okay, number 3, approval of board member request to agendize a board discussion regarding the termination of the lease with the city of Pasadena for the Jefferson campus early, prior to fall 2027. Public comment.
Is it okay if I do the short presentation first? Well, just to elaborate or to.
I didn't know there was a presentation here. Usually there's a name.
I know I didn't see a name.
There is no name there.
So no one wants to know who put the context or who put the request in? So, is it okay if I?
Do we need context?
Sure.
very quickly.
Yes. So, as I said, as stated, the initial request to place the termination of lease at Jefferson early to potentially benefit our bond program, and the request was to have that on the 417 agenda. I did say that if that wasn't something that we felt we could do, could we at least bring this to the board for a vote? So the reason I made this request is because since the Eaton fire destroyed or damaged 5 of our schools, we have had to pause 2 of our planned 25-26 modernization projects. This has changed our district circumstances since we last considered this item. Another change is the passage of Measure R, which will probably increase the number of school sites that will go through modernization in the future. I thought it was reasonable to have a discussion and get staff input on whether it would be helpful to have the Jefferson campus available for our use. I requested this item sooner rather than later, since my understanding is that it would take some time to prepare the site to be used again as a school if that was needed for the 26-27 school year. Thank you.
Okay.
Public comment, Rene Gonzalez.
3 minutes, yes.
Good evening again, dear board members and Superintendent Blanco. So you receive an email right now with a link with some pictures, some historical pictures of the Roosevelt site. And I want to echo one of the murals from Helen Keller that says, "Together we can get so much. Alone we can get so little." So basically, I think that is right now a good thing to think about when you're looking at the future of this district and the collaborations that are available with the LA County, with the polytechnical careers, sustainable energy, your sites, your facility master plan that was created by a vendor hired by the previous administration or a consultant, DLR, and they were specifically directed to omit the Roosevelt history site and many other sites from the facilities master plan. So that ties your hands to your opportunities. And so I believe that with this emergent need, it's a good time for you to reconsider an emergent facility master plans that reevaluates the whole structure. And I want to recommend that you look at the 710 stub and look at ways to not stand alone, but together with the city of Pasadena, and maybe try to do collaborations for staff housing there instead of erasing a piece of Pasadena's history at Roosevelt. I was mentioning that to Board Member Kim that the developers at 100 West Walnut are some of the most successful in the world. And they brought the biggest development to the city of Pasadena's history at Walnut and Fair Oaks. And the way they do it is that they go everywhere in the city, 5-star cities, and they look at it from the aerial view. This is high price square footage. So they just see empty land. They saw the Parsons building, and they acquired it. And so right in Old Town. So now they go 2 or 3 stories down underground, and then they go 4 stories up. That's the way of modern development. You don't do townhouses anymore. You don't do 1.5 parking ratio like the very dumb design that they're presenting to you. 1.5 parking ratio per unit. Just look at the city of the San Fernando Valley, city of LA. We can do much better for Pasadena. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion and a second for this agenda item?
So moved.
I'll second.
Do we have conversation on this? This is about a discussion. Agendize the board discussion in the future. Conversation, yes, Ms. Fredericks?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, Trustee Kenny, basically major disaster affect our district, and there could be opportunities by looking at the Jefferson site, and it could be a win-win situation. You never know. So that's why I support this.
Dr. Velasquez? Sorry.
I want to raise a serious concern about our board governance practice. It is highly problematic for this body to continue to revisit decisions that have already been deliberated, voted, and settled. This repeated reopening of agenda items undermines the integrity of our decision-making process. Let's be honest. To repeatedly prioritize building over students is a misuse of this board's responsibility. And we must ask, who truly benefit from the continuous focus on brick-and-mortar decisions, and at what cost? When we spend hours rehashing decisions already made, we delay the urgently needed actions on literacy, math, proficiency, and student well-being, issues that disproportionately impact our Black and brown students. It becomes impossible to ignore that some communities may be using their proximity to power and even demographics of our most vulnerable students to advance facility agendas that do not serve learning outcomes. Just earlier today, we saw 70% of our students are below grade level in math. 60% are not reading at grade level, and yet we continue to spend meeting after meeting relitigating real estate decisions. I want to directly address some of the concerns of the past. No one disputes that neighborhood schools matter, but if we're serious about equity, we must define it not as proximity, but as access to opportunity. A building within walking distance means little if the students inside of it are 2 and 3 grades behind. This board is constantly full of people advocating for buildings and empty when we are advocating for outcomes. The district has already committed to providing transportation solutions, including buses, to ensure access where proximity is a concern. That is the equitable solution. Ensuring access, not allowing facility policies to overshadow academic urgency. And let's be also clear, the Eaton fire is a tragedy and an emergency, and the district has moved swiftly to respond. We have deployed support teams, addressed temporary relocations, and mobilized recovery trams, and the long-term management of this crisis does not erase months of community engagement, staff planning, board deliberation, public input that went into the original Measure O priorities. We can address the Eaton recovery without rewriting the Measure O plan. And that is what's behind this request over and over and over again since we passed the plan. And when we say equity, it must mean something deeper than convince or advocacy power. It must mean committing ourselves to the students who are furthest behind, who are counting on us to prioritize them, to prioritize the teaching and learning, and to prioritize achievement over bricks and blueprints. And I am tired of using the time of this board to discuss buildings. I am tired. And I'm tired of a community that manipulates their populations to talk about buildings. I am tired. The next time somebody comes here to talk to me about buildings, I want to know, are your kids 3 grades behind in reading?
Do we have it, Mr. Harden?
So I understand and appreciate the intention to keep our finger on the pulse of the shifting forces under our feet in terms of the the disaster and the fact that we need to give staff flexibility to do what they need to move forward with our plans. But I think that we need a more holistic discussion. I think it has to be rooted in long-term vision. I've said that a few times now. And so I would rather, and I think we're moving towards thinking of the future of our district, the long-range future of our district, and I would rather go there and think big picture and incorporate the input of the community that we're serving, rather than getting focused on one property. So I'm having trouble with this because I think we need to think broader than just something specific.
Anybody else? Okay, student board member has a comment. Go ahead.
I just wanted to give some context behind our decision and how we vote on this particular action item. So based off the information that was presented to us, we have almost unanimously voted in the same way, except for one student assembly member who had to abstain because she was a employee of the city. But based off the information that was presented to us from how leasing this property not only benefits our relationship with the city, but also how the city is also handsomely paying us for our facility, and also the process of reconstructing the building back into a classroom and how that would not only take funds but also time, we see almost no benefit from discussing this or terminating the lease.
Anybody else here? Ms. McKenzie?
Just gonna underscore my colleague, Dr. Velasquez's point about relitigating things that have already been decided, and that we are here to support students. And it seems as if we get caught up in the loudest voices who are in front of us versus the voices who are silent because there are more pressing issues in their lives that they have to attend to besides being able to have the privilege of being here to talk to us. People's absence sometimes from this body is not for lack of interest, lack of desire, or lack of ability, or lack of passion for issues that concern their community, their students, and their family. I think that we as policymakers and leaders have to think broader about whose voices matter, what voices influence our decision making, and what information we take in terms of how we process the issues that come before us. And I think that I'm not interested in being able to have a discussion about relitigating this issue. I think that if there is any discussion to be had, it is about being forward thinking about what our kind of broader range plan looks like in terms of how do we rebuild the campuses that were lost? How do we continue to ensure that the commitments that we made to campuses for modernization, how do we make sure that that schedule, while it may have to adjust a little bit, but how do we still honor those commitments to those schools and those communities for the upgrades that are going to promise greater academic opportunities in their school sites? So I'm committed to being a woman of my word. I'm committed to being a leader who hears all the voices, those that are loud and those that are not. And I want us to think smarter about how we move forward versus being impulsive.
Is there anybody else? Okay, Ms. Bailey and then Ms. Kenny.
Wow. This is a very powerful discussion that we're having here. And thank you, Dr. Velasquez. You said what you said very well. you know, one of the things that I do know is that in all of our deliberations and considerations and, you know, how we move through having our discussions, we never stop to really examine what staff's position is on something that we need to do. Now, I know I talk a lot about staff, but y'all, I was staff here for 14 years. And I served in various departments, starting with the superintendent's office. And I know exactly what it is like to have to try to balance everything that they're trying to balance, and to have a body like this, a governing body like this, not able to stick to their decisions. I've been on the board now for 8 years, and we should be way further along on these kind of discussions than we are now. And I am absolutely adamant about the fact that we made an agreement with the city. We have a contract. We voted to allow them to stay in that facility at least until the expiration of their contract. And as I think about this matter, and I'm hearing the plans that we're making for Altadena to stay in Allendale, and then there's no other space available for swing space. So what does it mean that we just all of a sudden ask the city to relinquish their space? By the time we get that set up, like, I'm just trying to understand, it'll be 2027. So why go down that rabbit hole? We need to stick to our original decision, stop doing this to ourselves, stop doing this to community stakeholders and partners, stop doing it to staff. I'm sure they're tired of doing the cha-cha with us, you know? And let's just keep thinking and moving and pressing forward. What is another plan? That we can't wait until 2027 to go in and fix that building up? To either return it to a classroom space or start discussing our original idea of maybe moving the district office there? So, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts. And instead of us jumping at every idea that someone throws at us, and they all have potential. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that anything is bad. They all have potential, they all deserve consideration. But when it comes to decisions that we've already made, and by the time we do anything, that lease will have expired. And then we could start discussing how we want to move forward. That is the time. Next year would be the time to start discussing how we want to move forward. Because, I don't know, maybe by then we'd have another facility up and running. So I would like for us to just sit back, let staff decide on how they see the forward movement of dealing with these bond modern school modernizations, and what they present to us. I think they need to bring some recommendations to us, because this is killing us. When you say you're tired, I mean, I'm sitting here meeting after meeting now. I'm mentally exhausted before I even get here, just looking at the agenda and knowing how the conversation is going to go. And I haven't been wrong yet. So this is good. I mean, I think this helps us to realize that we can do better. We've got to do better. We need the city, we need the community to be able to trust us, especially as leaders. We need our parents to trust us enough as leaders that they don't have to come in here and pile this boardroom and express their anger at our decisions. Because our decisions should be based on staff recommendation. And if there is something that we want to see done outside of that as a board, there's a way to communicate that to staff as well. So we just need to start moving in order, and we need to trust our staff, and we need to do all that we can to regain the trust of this community. And I think this moment is a good time to start. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Kenny.
I just want to ask a clarifying question. I believe the student board members said that information was presented to you. I just wondered who presented it. No, they said they had information presented to them.
It was presented to us by Dr. Helen Chan-Hill.
Okay, great, thank you.
Is there anybody else? Because I have one last thing to say. I'm going to thank Mr. Hardin for talking about vision. I'm a firm believer in a long-term vision for this district. And I thank you for talking about that and bringing that up. It is absolutely necessary for the Pasadena Unified School District. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. We do. And now we're going to vote. Student board member.
Clarify the question, sorry. Board member Bailey and I asked an additional question. When the student assembly meets prior to board meetings to have their collective vote, they invite individuals that they ask to answer questions. So I answer questions. There is no presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Student
To
board
also
member.
clarify, we do invite Helen Chan-Hill, but also we invite all parts of the district. We've worked with so many parts of the district. We've invited to see so many different perspectives, whether it's UTP or principals from schools. We've done campus visits. We've done so much field work and worked with so many different people.
Okay, so we're back to voting. Student board member. So
Yes. Sorry. I got a little confused.
So this
No.
is, let me
Yeah.
clarify. Approval of board member request to agendize a board discussion regarding the termination of the lease with the city of Pasadena for the Jefferson campus early.
No.
All in favor? Two. All against? And okay, we're going to move to student board member report. It's 10 o'clock. So go ahead, Ms. Chi.
Thank you to President Hawley, esteemed board members, and Superintendent Dr. Blanco for your continued contributions and commitment to the Pasadena Unified School District and support to our student assembly. On April 2nd, PUSD held a transformative youth conference titled Breaking the Line, Creating a Bridge Between Students and Teachers. Here's our program. If you could hand that out, please. Thank you. The goal of this full-day event was to center student voices in a meaningful way and create a space where authentic dialogue could take place between students, teachers, and administrators. The conference aimed to break barriers, foster empathy, and create actionable steps towards more equitable and inclusive school environments. What emerged from that day was not just a conversation, but the beginning of a connection between groups that rarely get the opportunity to engage so openly and honestly with each other. From the moment students arrived at the registration table, there was a clear sense of purpose and intention. The morning began with guided conversations during breakfast with assigned seating designed to mix students and adults from different campuses. The panel sessions followed allow students to take the lead as panelists and moderators, choosing topics important to them, from addressing systematic injustices in school and navigating personal recovery after trauma to elevating youth voices in educational policy decisions. A major highlight of the day was a keynote address by Dr. Tyrone Howard, a professor from UCLA and a nationally renowned expert on equity and education. His message, calling on students to resist, echoed the spirit of the conference, challenging educators to deeply listen to students, embrace culturally responsive practices, and work with young people, not just for them. The afternoon sessions continue to build on themes of connection and empowerment. Topics such as belonging, student-led support systems, and influencing policy were explored in ways that moved participants beyond theory and into shared action. What made the day even more impactful was the overwhelmingly positive response from everyone involved. Students, teachers, and staff alike, many students who had never before imagined themselves speaking in public or leading a panel, expressed how grateful they were for the experience. For some, it was the first time they had felt truly seen and heard in an educational space. By the end of the day, Breaking the Line had accomplished something that many educational events strive for but rarely achieve: a genuine transformation in how students and educators see and relate to each other. The walls between roles, student, teacher, administrator, had begun to dissolve as participants shared stories, listened to hard truths, and envisioned a better path forward together. The conference didn't just build understanding, it built community. It showed us that when we break the lines that separate us, we begin to build bridges that truly connect us. As the Student Assembly and Student Think Tank collaborates to find the most efficient way to find student feedback that inclusively serves the needs of the students of PUSD, we are now exploring how this conference can serve as a model for gathering student input on a more consistent and organized basis. The vulnerability and honesty and insight shared during the panels made it clear that students have valuable perspectives and should be regularly incorporated into decision-making processes. We are currently discussing ways to systemize this kind of input so that the district can maintain an ongoing dialogue with its students. By building on the momentum of this event, we hope to create a sustainable structure for student voices that don't just appear once a year, but becomes an integral part of how we build policies, design programs, and cultivate inclusive schools. We also like to recognize the collaboration between the Student Assembly Council and the Student Think Tank, and give special credit to the Student Think Tank Summer 2024 internship, where the idea of Breaking the Line was born. While the Student Assembly and Student Think Tank regularly collaborate, the level of harmony, shared vision, and collective purpose we experienced through Breaking the Line was something truly rare and beautiful. We would also like to give a huge shout out to PEF for supporting the event and outfitting our teams in these gorgeous purple sweats. Talk to me, I'll get you one. But post-conference, we have an influx of student interest in both Student Assembly and Student Think Tank. We are excited to expand our student participation in this year's summer internship for those interested. We would then like to revisit a reoccurring concern about the structure of the board meetings, specifically the timing of the closed sessions. The closed sessions are in the middle of the meetings, which significantly extend the night and presents a serious accessibility issue for the Student Assembly members as well as students who are attending online. The extended closed sessions and late hours we juggle with the school responsibilities the next day are challenging for us. Once again, we respectfully recommend that the closed sessions be either moved to a day before or after the meetings to ensure that student participation remains both meaningful and manageable. We understood that the board is dealing with serious issues like lead found in soil in Pasadena, as well as other urgent issues, but we urge you to consider our request. Lastly, we would like to shout out our new council member, Theo Ortega, a junior at Marshall, who was elected from our special elections. We have no doubt that Theo will be a powerful voice for students across the district, so watch out for him at his next meeting. In closing, Breaking the Line was more than just a one-day event. It was a turning point. It reminded us that the power of the student, when it is uplifted, respected, and supported. As we look ahead, we are committed to making sure that this momentum continues and that the student perspectives remain at the heart of everything we do here at PUSD. Thank you for your support and your belief in young people to lead meaningful change in our schools and our community.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. G. Very well done. Okay. Board committee reports. Because of the time, I'm going to skip my board committee. I don't feel the need to give one. I'll give it next month unless you want to give it. Does somebody have a board committee report? No one? We're moving on to the big consent agenda. Do we have any polls?
I'd like to pull N3Q, Resolution 2816.
Okay. Do we have a sweep for all the rest?
Motion to approve.
I just
Okay.
have two comments, if I could. I don't know if anyone else had comments or questions. I just wanted to clarify, so N3M, which is the amendment to the non-public schools, non-public agency. So I think that's about $2.5 million increase. So is that the equivalent of saying our $39 million deficit will go to 41.5? I mean, this is coming out of general fund, right? Unrestricted.
These are non-previously budgeted expenditures.
All right, thank you. And then I guess I just had a comment on the ascendancy contract, which was the consultants for special education. As we've, in the last few years, we have made cuts to our central administration, but then there has been a trend to backfill with consultants, and this is an example, and I think we used them last year, and we're using them this year, and I think the intent is to use them again next year. And so I wanted to kind of comment on that. So that's an interesting phenomena, that we reduce central office, whether it's administration level or others, but then we have to backfill with contractors. And so in the end, I'm not clear that we're saving that money. And so it's just it's a comment.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Are our non-public school dollars capacity contracts, and that we're using them if they're needed and not necessarily committing the dollars that as specified specifically in the contract? So for example, if there's a contract for, Acme services, if we end up only using, 1,000 of the $5,000 capacity, you're not paying 5,000, only paying the 1,000. Is that how I understand that?
Some of them are. However, we've exceeded those. Therein is the request. Others, where there is a direct contract due to a settlement or some other agreement, can be done for the exact amount.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have a comment, Superintendent?
Yes. So I'll go to the most recent question that Ms. Marshall-McKenzie was asking about. Usually we do budget, like the capacity contracts that you're mentioning, but hopefully, this hasn't happened lately, we give money back in the middle of the year to the general fund or to, SNC if it's coming out of a foster goal. But these contracts now are where more students are being placed or moving in from other school districts, and we don't have enough money in the bucket. And I just didn't want to leave the public with, I'm not saying I disagree with you, Mrs. Kenny, but in the case of that particular contract, we were using the service for our audit and then implementation of the audit and for consulting in that. One of the consultants, well, two of them that were working with us, we asked them to fill in some gaps where there were not special ed people. So the continuing of their contract could be to do the work that's for the significant disproportionality in the implementation plan for special ed, not to continue working in the role of employees, but we could get you more detail on that, exactly what work they're going to do.
So are we going to vote on we did a motion for a sweep and we have a second. All in favor? Oh, student board member?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, 7-0. Okay, now we're going to discuss N3Q here.
Yes, this is the resolution to authorize change order for the PHS Campus Identity Project. And I'd asked a question on it because it wasn't as clear from reading the resolution what the original contract amount was that we were authorizing a change order to, and then also why we're doing this resolution. And I went back and actually found another one that we did, a very similar one, resolution 2785, and its format was different and a little bit clearer. So, and this we did back in, gosh, I'm sorry, in October of this year, where it was just really clear, where it said, whereas the initial bid of this amount, which includes a contract allowance of this, has been exhausted. The new amount equals 10% of the original amount. It was just very clear that that was the resolution. So if we could, I would move approval with 2 amendments to the resolution itself, with a whereas, in the first whereas, where it says October 26, 2023, we approved the Pasadena High School Campus Identity Project under Board Report 1667F for the initial bid of, I'm sorry, these are the words I want to add, for the initial bid of $4,944,123. And then that clarifies what we're adding onto. And then in the fourth whereas, at the end, right after it says 552-835.01, say, which exceeds 10% of the original bid. Just to clarify that that's the whole purpose of this resolution, because that was missing. And so I'm moving that for approval.
She has a motion with an amendment.
I'll second.
All in, student board member?
Yes.
All in favor? It is really minor. It's whatever.
It just helps transparency and makes it clear what we're doing.
It's clear as it's written,
It
but
was
okay.
incredibly clear to me, and I read through this.
What was clear to you?
It was clear. Yep, it's 10:15, we're moving on. All righty, public comment on non-agendized items. Do we have anything, clerk? No. Okay, board requests and questions. Board requests and questions. We have 15 minutes.
I have a comment.
Okay.
A request. I guess there was a interest in talking about the holistic vision of the district, and are we gonna have like a meeting about talking about this holistic vision?
It's not a holistic vision, it's a long-term vision, and we started talking about it in the last board retreat.
So we're gonna have it in the next board retreat or in a future board retreat?
We are talking about it, yes. This district's never had a long-term vision, and we're gonna need one. Anybody else? What was the long-term vision that you all decided upon? That's the 5-year strategic plan, it's not a long-term. That's a vision statement. A vision statement is not a long-term, that's a vision statement, it's not a long-term vision for everything. It's not a vision statement is not a long-term vision, a 20 to 25-year vision. A vision statement is not that. Because districts have that, particularly in times like this with declining enrollment.
Too much changes. That's too much.
We started talking about it in the retreat.
I would recommend we take this to the May 8th retreat and discuss it.
Okay, so future board, anybody else?
Future board
Yes.
agenda items. So I would be very interested in a presentation on the special education roadmap blueprint of recommendations. I know that's under development, but
Dr. Chan, are you listening?
I'm very excited and also intrigued of the special education roadmap blueprint of recommendations. And so my suggestion would be that to have a presentation of that at some point to give visibility to that, because I think it's important work and the public should see it and understand what it is. That's my request.
Alrighty. Yes.
We tabled in December our reports on CSGA or whatever the letters are. I've been carrying my notebook week after week. CSBA, those letters. Yeah. So can we just type it and share email?
Yeah, sure.
A report of the conferences, because we are required to give reports after we go to conferences.
Usually we've been giving it verbally. Do you want to type up yours?
It's just that we tabled it in December and we haven't had the time to retake it.
I don't know if everybody's going to want to type something up. It's a bit laborious for some of us.
So we want to take, it's okay.
We can talk about it in the next meeting. We can put it on the agenda.
Okay, great.
Okay. Yes, the superintendent has something to say.
There was a suggestion made to move the student board report up earlier in the meeting. Can we have consensus on that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Can it go right after the labor partners? Or in
That's a
fact,
good
maybe
idea.
before them?
Motion to adjourn?
Have a great night, everybody.